Welcome to the Santa Anita Meet opening day, classic day today with 6 grade 1 and grade 2s to finish off the card. And we're going to do some pick 4s, some pick 5s, some, maybe even a pick 6. And my partner, Oldy, one of the top handicappers in the country. Oldy, we've got the American Oaks. We got the Brea Stakes. I mean, these last 6 races, you want to talk about an opening day card. Classic. Santa Anita did not disappoint. Great job by the management.
No, big fields, competitive. Should be a very interesting day. I think the La Brea is about as wide open as you can be. I think there's 6 or 7 horses that could win there.
What's going on, Tony? Look at, I mean, class. We got the best, right? You're talking about the community of EquinEdge. It's like right here, sitting here, right? You got Tony and Gary and is Deb Martin? Oh, I see Deb.
Yep. Deb, I saw retweeted the link and everything for us today too.
Bluegrass Dan, David, Scotty. What's going on, Willie? Rodney's in the house. Good to see all of you guys. Merry Christmas. Hope you guys had a safe Christmas yesterday and you guys are having a wonderful holiday. And we're just happy to get back to the races and with the notes. Oldy, you probably don't know this yet. There's Justin who started out the booms. That's where it started. And I don't know if you looked at the notes, but right, the guys are doing a fantastic job. You don't have to click on the tab anymore to see the past performances and the notes, all the workouts. I mean, and the notes. So we'll show you that. Let's take a look at that. So I know that in race number 4. So I did the notes for the here. Hey, what's up, Annette? Talking about the originals and the oldies. So I've got notes at Santa Anita. I did them for pretty much every race, and you'll see if we click on the 4, you don't even have to click on the tab anymore, and there it is right there. You can just see the notes, and then if we want, we can just go to the 1 horse stop digging. You can see, and there's the note right there. So what's up, Chris? Hi, Susie. Oh, right on. So it figures to be a good show. I can tell you we're prepared. First of all, Oldie is always prepared. What's up, Henry? And then I'm not always prepared, but I am today, at least for Santa Anita Park. I've handicapped every race on the card in detail. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of racing luck. So far, so good. If you look at my notes, you'll see they've, hopefully been pretty spot on. And it's hard to read every one of them, but she's worth including the exotics, the 1 horse stop digging. Oldie, I don't know what your take is on the 1. I didn't love the 1 on the on the win end. I mean, she's burned too much money for my liking, and I think the 4 is the real deal. Neen Diamond.
Yeah, so I thought this might be a race you could spread a little bit in as well. As I bring this up here, I thought the 9 has a decent look on the front end. And, how can you not laugh at the name of the 6 horse, Tizzy Twister, the long shot here?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, too, you probably don't know this, and you've been pushing for it. You know what that is, right? That long shot?
Did you update the long shot algorithm on me?
We updated the long shot algorithm to the old long shot algorithm. So the new one since 2024, we tested that, and that was winning at, by the way, 10.2% of the time. Guess what the old one was winning at?
Around 14% is what my data. So it makes me feel good though, because what my data was saying seemingly matches up with when you ran the numbers.
Oh, you scared me though. No, you said it was only winning like 3 to 5%. So you scared the crap out of me.
No, I said it was winning 3 to 5% less than the.
Oh, is that what you said?
Shot.
Okay,
Yes.
well, I said 3 to 5%. So the Scotty long shot that's up there is the old EE long shot algorithm. So it was the one before this one, and to be exact, in 2024, it's won 13.6% of the time. So. But because I wasn't sure I was going to keep the one we've had for the last 6 months. And so I made them not take it away. So it's been running in the background. So Brad hooked it up.
So I had a feeling something was going on because I did all my data entry yesterday and this morning. And at let's call it noon my time, there was a bunch of things that didn't match up with what was in my file. and it wasn't the way it normally is, where
Right.
you might have a top pick here or a top pick there. So that makes worlds more sense. And it
Okay, good.
also, I think we already had if you go back to the old long shot, the big angle there that was winning at over 30% was top SOR and long shot. So I think we already had one of those win today.
Well, what's up, Chris? What's up, Dave? We haven't replaced the ticket generator yet, but we do have big plans for it, but that probably won't be till mid year. What's up, Dave? The big news. By the way, too, we've learned a lot. Like the GSR is an example. In a week from now, next week, you will see an all-new GSR. And when I tell you it's 30% more accurate, but not only is it more accurate, you're not going to see stuff like 10 furlongs is a 70 and 4 furlongs is a 70. Like these things are separated out between longer distances, middle distances, and shorter distances. And it's more accurate. And here's the great news. It's hitting at 75 cents average higher ROI. So that means it's finding, it's so great. So, and by the way, initially we thought the win percentage was going to be less than the current one that's up here now. And it's actually 1.5 points higher.
Nice.
So well, it's so neat, some of the stuff we're working on right now, you guys. It's really neat. And the EquinEdge community, we get stuff in the intercom all the time, Oldy, as you know, and it's really neat to see. I don't know, we're working so hard, and Brad and the team and Ryan are working so hard because it's so motivating with the community. I don't know. I just feel like the community knows that we're working hard behind the scenes to make these metrics and the site better and better and better.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I have to tell you, I've heard nothing but positive feedback on the notes as well. Regardless of track, people love the different ways people are doing it, that they can kind of tell the personality of the person who's doing it as well. Justin's absolutely knocked Fairgrounds out of the park.
Yes.
There's a great data nugget, which we'll talk about later, that's going to blow your mind. Justin knows about it already, but at Fairgrounds today.
Okay.
I'm going to give you it that it's one horse that the data arrangement wins at higher than, give me a number that's in your head that would sound really high.
40%.
Higher.
I mean, you go higher than 40%, you're crushing.
Higher than 50%.
You gotta be. So are you doing a teaser right now? You're really good.
I am.
You're teasing me right now. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I'm getting excited about hearing about it.
So how about higher than 60%?
Come on. You're going to give us this today?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you how to find it. It's insane. The number is 70%.
Oh my God, that sounds fantastic. Okay, well,
all right.
I was going to leave you alone and call in substitute to do the show, but I'm going to have to stick around now. So I love the 4 horse. I think the 1 horse is a money burner. We're getting 2-1. It's 7-5 EE morning line. Top EquinEdge pick. I'm on the 4 horse, 33% to win. I think the 4 is going to win the race. And if you're looking for a long shot, for me, Big Pop is 7-2 on the EE morning line. And then how about this 6 horse EquinEdge long shot with a new algorithm when it has plenty of horses it can use as a long shot, and it uses the 6 horse tizzy twister. Mm-hmm. So maybe use that horse in the trifecta and the superfecta. But I do think the 1 is the horse to beat. And the connections, let's take a look. Okay, first of all, JJ Hernandez has been shut out so far in the win end. He's going to be your leading jockey of the meet. So I'm watching him for 3 wins at least the rest of the card. So he's going to get his first win of the meet right now for Mike Pipey. And Mike Pipey is a quiet 15% over the last few years. I mean, I don't even really see him run any horses, but he's always been an amazing horseman.
Well, I'll tell you one other horse. So I'm alive in the pick 5 here. I actually singled the 2 in the first race, which was 20-1. But
you singled the horse?
Yes, 20-1 on the morning line, but went off at 5-2 though, unfortunately.
Okay, hold on. Let me show that, because that was pretty impressive. Look at this. So the 2-horse, which by the way, when the results come in, this was a horse to watch. Did you see that?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when the results come in, I don't know if Brad's watching, but when the results come in, for whatever reason, the horse to watch icons go away. This horse was the EquinEdge long shot, 5-1 on the E morning line, top pace, GSR going up from 57 to 70 and 99 pace number, and the horse won easily.
And Scotty, top SOR, I believe, too. That there's your Scotty
Yeah,
long
you're right.
shot,
Top
top
SOR.
SOR. And if you look at the horse and you compare it to all these other horses here, if you do the handicapping work too, not only was it the speed, it was by far the class. You look at the races it had been running in down the hill, and it was just running in better races than these other horses.
All right, well, they're at the gate right now for this race. We're going to show you the race, and thank you for that clarification, Bill. So I guess JJ did win the second race. He's going to get his second win here on the 4-horse, and let's go out to that race. Thank you to RTN and RCN as we are partnering. By the way, a release coming in about a month and a half, I'd say, is we're updating. You're going to have race replays, live streaming on the site for many of the tracks. Some we don't have approval for, but many of them we do. And then we're adding something like 35 new tools to the site.
Yeah, I mean, the new layout's amazing as well. I can't wait for people to see it. You know, that it just gives you more of what you love about E on the screen without having to scroll around and look for stuff.
Yeah.
And that you're right, that the new tools, I can't wait to get my hands on them as well.
And Oldie, you saw the second revision. We've got 8 revisions now.
Oh wow! So not looking forward to our next meeting where I can see that that update. But you know, the one looks like the 1 and 4 are going to go off as co-favorites here.
Yeah, I mean the ones drawn the rail, you know, which isn't the best place to be, but it's been 38%, 36% the last couple of races and burn money. I'm not sure about that, Gary, but past performances with the new layout on mobile is going to be pretty phenomenal. So you'll be able to see those a lot easier. But I will make a note of that, Gary.
And they're off. One's a little further back than I thought here. We're not hearing any sound though.
First thing I've noticed with this track is it's very fast, Oldie. Have you noticed that? Like the times, the quarters have been in the 21s.
Well,
like they don't look like they're going 21 and 3 right now.
I mean, the 9 looks like he's got horse.
He does.
3 too.
He's asking now. 4's not done. Nobody's really closing. It looks like these two. 3's coming a little bit. Come on, 4. Change leads. Left hand. Left hand. Never hit the horse with the left hand. Don't get it.
Come on, hold off that 1. Hold off that 1. Boom.
You got that. Nice.
I mean, 9-2. It's not 3 would have been better, but beating those 2 favorites was huge there.
Look at that top pace number, and maybe well, the 1 came from behind. I was going to say maybe speed is holding, but not necessarily.
And just so everybody sees the QR code in the corner, That is for free EE. Scotty's giving away free EE, so go scan that and sign up. If you're not already an EE user, 3 free races a day, I believe it is.
Yep, 3 free races a day and gives you plenty of opportunities. They're at top tracks too. It gives you plenty of opportunities to be able to check it out, look at it, and I think if you buy one track for a daily, it's like $7.95 or something like that. But that's a $10 horse right there, like Scotty's saying there. You got to be happy with that beating the favorite in the race. Go ahead.
It just depends how that 2 in the first plays, because the 2 to the big favorite Baffert in the second leg paid almost $8 on a double. So I would assume probably in the multis, the 2 plays up a little bit, not to 20 to 1, but probably to 5 or 6 to 1.
1 second. Brad is texting me.
Okay, Gulfstream.
All right. Sorry guys, I had to answer Brad because don't want him to, he'll have to wait for me. Okay. So I didn't handicap this race at Gulfstream, so I'm kind of winging it with you. Did you look at this race? What's up, Al?
Yeah, so if I punch in let's just punch in $40 on the ticket generator on my screen. And
one thing I will say, by the way, Oldie, when it comes to 5 or 5.5 on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park, like you usually need to have some speed.
Yeah. So I was 1.568 here, but I think the one's got a big look on the lead, returning back to synthetic. I think the horse may have just not liked turf. If that's the case, it is 14%. It is moving up in class though, so there is that. But I didn't. The 6 probably should be the favorite, even though the 8 is the favorite right now. So that's another potential money making opportunity there if you can get the 6 into a double there.
So I just worry about, because the 8 is so fast, I worry about the trip the 6 is going to get. But if the 6 just can sit right behind them, this horse is 36%, 2 to 1. I don't love the 8 horse in that wide post. I know it can rate some, and it's probably going to be tough, and it's probably going to have an advantage over the 6. 5 horse is going to have a tough time getting a good trip in here. Like I would take the 6 or 8 in this race. The 1 horse is going to get pressure from the very beginning as well. There's a lot of cheap speed in here. It's just a matter of what the jockey, David Egan, I'm really impressed with the way he's riding. He's getting more opportunities right now. And the 8 horse, if the 8 horse doesn't go early, then the 6 is going to be sitting a perfect trip. But hopefully the 8 horse goes and the 6 just sits. Dr. Jeff, I'm talking about, for Carlos, David, and David Egan. But I like the EquinEdge top pick personally.
Yeah, so I like the 6. The 6 was my top pick here. I think it sits the trap. There's also a big drop in class. It did beat 60s and then almost beat a group of 66s in a handicap last time out. And when I'm saying group, I'm talking about the SORs, guys. So, it was slightly better than this group, gets a little bit of class relief. The 8's moving up in class here.
Yeah.
And, you look at the effort against 62s going 7, and that was not a great effort there. And I'm not sure the horse gets the lead with the one on the inside either.
No, I don't think the 8's getting the lead. In fact, I think the 5 might even try to grab the lead. The inside horses are pretty fast. We'll see. A lot of times you get prices you want, like on a horse like the 6. If the 8's not in the race, then you're going to probably get 3 to 5 on that horse. But it's an opportunity at 2 to 1 on the 6 horse who's going into the gate there. It looks actually pretty good. And hopefully, ideally, for those of us that are betting against the 8, it breaks slow.
Absolutely. You could consider with the pace advantage in the next, maybe a 6-2 double if you had a chance to get it in right now.
So the 6 horse broke slow.
One's going to rush up.
I don't know that that's going to be completely terrible for the 6.
The 8's going backwards right now.
Well, look at it. It got in between horses, which is not a good place. 6 will get first run because of that if the 6 can overcome that start. But 6 is really looking good right now, and ears are pricked. So we're going to have to go wide. 8's getting an absolute horrific trip.
Might not matter, though. Red Sea kind of parted there, and the 8 just got to take the short way around the track there.
Well, 6 ran good. 8 ran huge. I mean, really, from that post and the trip that the 8 got, that horse was ready to go. Let's take a look at the 8 horse and Catamosto. That's 2 back-to-back wins. That's Irad. You know, I mean, look at you put Irad on, and look what happens, and he just makes all the difference in the world. Look, you would have said before that last race, wouldn't we have agreed that this 8 horse probably is a horse that needs a lead for its best?
Absolutely. I mean, it did rate a little bit last time out, but you know, in this case, it had to drop back because of the trip too. And
yeah,
you know, Chris will tell you I'm always complaining about jockeys coming off the rail and not forcing horses to move out. And that's exactly what happened there. The rail just opened up.
Yeah.
And he got the short way around.
I could hear the sound. Justin's saying he couldn't hear the sound. Did you hear the sound?
No, I'm not hearing the sound either.
That's so weird. Like I could hear the sound.
Strange.
Right?
Yeah.
We've been dealing with that for a while. I'm going to have to talk to RTN or RCN about that. I don't know what else to do. Let's try rebooting it and see what happens here.
Yeah, if you're hearing the sound, though, it may just be not sharing the sound on the tab.
Yeah, I just tried I don't know what I would do on this end. Maybe the settings? I don't think so, though. Let's see here. Audio. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Nothing.
Let's see here.
Do you want me to try it and see if people can hear it if I share it?
Yeah, when the race goes off, maybe we'll do that and see. Let's see. Let's see if we're able to hear when they speak, and we'll see because it's so much more fun, obviously, to be able to hear the race. Let's go to Fairgrounds real quick because you know Justin's notes have been phenomenal, and I mean just so clean. Look at those notes, how good they are. So this is a versatile runner. Value at EE Morning Line. It's got a positive workout. Prior winner of 46 SOR maiden special weight sprint at Colonial Downs. His recent form stretching out has been solid. With Curtis up for Russell, he's a strong player in this competitive field. So he really likes this.
Yeah, so this is an off the turf race though. So keep that in mind. Right now, the 6 who has a GSR drop coming off a synthetic is your current favorite at 9-5.
So you know what I do, Oldie? I've been doing this a lot lately. I've been sorting the SOR, and if you go try to experiment that and sort and do that with the SOR. So if you look at the class of the field, it's these 2 horses. It's the 6 and the 1. I like the 1. What's going on, Cheech? Okay, can you hear?
No, I don't hear anything.
You don't hear anything? Nothing? Right now, you're not hearing that sound?
Nope.
So weird. Huh. Yeah, let's try you doing the. Why don't you control the multiplayer? Okay.
All right, let's try this. Let's see. It looks like she's talking at Santa Anita, or singing, actually. Are you guys able to hear that?
Nope. Manny says he can hear. You turn the volume up. I don't. You need to click it down below. I don't think it's clicked. But there you go. So you can hear her, right? But we just can't hear her, right?
I can hear her. No, not nobody's hearing anything. Okay.
No. Huh. I wonder where that's coming from. So weird.
Yeah. I know they updated some stuff in StreamYard.
Yeah, we'll have
Let
to
me
look at
just,
that.
yeah, let me see if I'll try to figure it out in the meantime while we're.
Huh. All right. So, anyways, I like the one horse over at Fairgrounds, and I'll play the sound. You guys will be able to hear this most likely. So it's something to do with. It has to be. You guys hear this, right? You hear the Fairgrounds announcer? Hold on. You hear that? Do you guys hear the Fairgrounds announcer? Nothing.
Nothing.
That's
Here comes
weird.
Chris to save the day. Hopefully.
That's so weird. You can't hear the sound. So the one horse is dueling with the 10 horse right now, but the one's got the lead over at Fairgrounds. Into the first turn, and the one ended up getting off at 4-5. 10 horses 7-2. Currahee in the lead right now. The 6 horse who drifted up to 7-2 is actually
Mhm.
in last right now, field of 4.
But I think that's what the pace number said too. I mean,
Yeah. So
it's
one's
actually
running
lined
lead.
up perfectly to the pace number, except for that
The
4
one's got
didn't.
about a 1 length lead on the 10 right now. Strangers Church, the 10. And yeah, it's a good idea, Tony. And then the 6 horses being asked all out right now and back. One
Yeah.
horse, 4-5 favorite Currahee. Has a lot of horse right now. Ears are pricked. 10's jockey is prodding a bit right now, and the 1 has not been asked. 4 horses asking. In fact, the 4 horse is moving better than the 10 right now, Executor. This is going to be a race between the 1 and the 4. 4 is going
Yeah.
about wide right now. And down the stretch, the 1's in the lead by about a length and a half. 4 is making it interesting. Under the stick, right-handed is the 1. What's up, Rodney? And right now, the 4 is making up a little bit of ground, but I don't think the 4 is going to catch the 1. They've got about equal strides right now. The 1's drifting out about 7 lengths right now in the middle of the track, but it was clear of the 4 when it did that. The 1's going to hold off the 4 by about a length.
Yeah.
And well back to the 6 horse, about 5 or 6 lengths.
See a boom from Justin, so he must have had something going there.
Did he? Okay, let's look at his notes. I mean, that was the one we looked at. I mean, he liked the 1 and had a positive workout, showed stamina and power, and then the 4 horse, who was 8. Now, of course, this is adjusted. We have that luxury where the odds maker doesn't have that luxury.
Yep.
So the workouts now, you can see that just popped up. So workouts and new analytics will appear underneath the past performances now. So just like you're seeing now, tab is gone. There we go.
5, 6, 8. So we're the group on my ticket is alive to the 4, 5, 6, 8, and 11 in the next at Santa Anita.
Okay. So wait, which horses again? Say that again.
4, 5, 6, 8, and 11.
Okay, 4, 5, 6, 8, 11. You left out the 7 horse, Lady Claypool. I like that horse a lot. Why did you leave it out?
1 for 17 lifetime. Just looks like, I just keep looking at it and thinking, why would it win? Why? What's different that it's going to win this time? It didn't beat 58s. Lost by almost 4 lengths there. Um, it. I just look at this horse as a horse that maybe should be facing around 52s, like where it broke its maiden, and just hasn't grown or moved forward.
Yeah.
That would be my answer. My answer would be a handicapping reason, not a data reason.
Yeah. Yeah. Dave, I did the Santa Anita notes today. Let's see here. Okay. Let's do how about we do a pick 4, Oldie? How's that sound?
Sound good. Sounds good.
Okay. Let's do it. I think Chris is working on the audio.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Let's see here. How much do you want to do for a ticket for a pick 4?
60 maybe.
60? Okay.
Might be too rich with Johannes if we single that horse, the 4 in race 7.
Yeah, it's been chalky, John, over at Fairgrounds for sure. I can tell you, for those of us leaving notes like Oldie and me and David at Aqueduct and like all of us, like Jake at Turfway, if you look at the notes over at Gulfstream Park over the last week, I've been doing Gulfstream Park. It's one of being, most of the time being proud when a horse goes over and runs to your notes because you've done that ahead of time. And putting notes in is not an easy job. I'm learning that right now. Like the notes I put in for Santa Anita, no joke, I would say there's 12 hours of work into those notes. So I looked at like these horses very, very carefully. Let's see here. Okay, don't log in. I'm going to take that out, get rid of the multiplayer there. Okay. Chris is trying to figure out the multiplayer right now. Yeah. But yeah, no. And then, if you look at, like, if I may, just to show you, and this is so people can see, like, let's look at this example. If you look at Gulfstream Park today, and we'll just start with race number 1. The picks had it cold, Oldie. Did you see that? 759. Yeah. Came in 759. And I have a note on every one of those horses, except for the 9. The 9 was the long shot. And then I put a note, you might want to follow this. I put a note on the 3 that I was really proud of because I looked at this horse, the GSR was low, and then I looked at the mare, who we show the mare up here on the right. And if you look at her, she's got $530,000 now on dirt. Now, the reason why this is important, these notes, is because very few people have the time to go spend to do all this detailed work. And that's what we're doing now. And people are seeing this. And so we're putting this detailed information, which would be impossible for a normal person to do. And you can see it says, the trainer's 12% with first-time starters, but improves to 16%, signaling her next outing could show her best. Watch the betting closely. Heavy action could indicate that she's ready to fire. But regardless of the result, she's a filly you need to watch. Now, I'm following her, and she came flying at the end, but she's going to do much better on the dirt. And then there's notes on the 7 horse, and then there's notes on the 5 horse. And you'll see that they're pretty good notes to indicate that these horses are going to run good. The other thing, look at the EE morning line, Oldie. Look at this. I mean, it's just crazy. 2-1 here from a 9-2 odds maker, 5-2, 5-2 here, 7-2 here. Look at this. 5-1 on the EE long shot, 9-2, and 6-1 on this 4 horse and went off at 7-1. Pretty crazy. And this is another thing. These are the subtle things. And I'm only showing people that are new to EquinEdge because those of us that that love EquinEdge in the community already know this, but this horse was 1%, the 11 horse, a first-time starter that was taking some early action, and this horse didn't run a lick.
Right.
And
So,
yeah.
Go
ahead.
You want to see one that I'm a note I'm kind of proud of?
Yeah.
Go to 1222 Oaklawn race 1.
Okay, Oaklawn race number 1.
Look at the note on the 1 horse Indy Charge who paid almost $20.
When the second highest win percentage and top pace number align, the horse wins 20% of the time. 30-point pace advantage appears to be the lone speed in the race. Win percentage increases significantly. Horse has struggled to finish races, but has rarely had this type of pace advantage. And the horse went gate to wire, winning by a length and 3/4 at almost 9-1.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah.
So that's something I've been trying to include is when there's a big gap there, or if a horse has trouble finishing, a horse with a big pace advantage, and the horse has a 2-length lead in every race, and then just stops. That's another thing I think you always have to look at.
Yeah. So you had the 4, 5, 6, 8, 11. I'm adding the 7. Okay, and then in race number 6, who did you have?
I had 3, 4, 6, 7.
3, 4, 6, 7. Man, I don't think you need to go past the 6 horse. Okay, what about the Johannes is a single? Can we agree on that?
We can agree on that, yes.
Okay, so going to lock that in, and then in the last race, do you need to go past the 6, 8, 7? Maybe add the 2.
Yeah, I think you got to have the 2 or the 8, the 2 in there.
Okay, 2, 6, 7, 8. I like the 7, by the way, Stronghold, a lot. So let's see what it gives on an $80 ticket. 1, 4, 6, 7, 11. I don't think we don't want to cover. Who do we need to cover? Okay, who again was it in the 6th race?
I was 3, 4, 6, 7, and I think you had the 2 in there.
3, 4, 6, 7. I don't like the 2. Don't like the 1. 3, 4. I don't love the 5. Oh no, the 5's the long shot. I thought you had to use.
Yeah.
I think the I didn't like the 8 horse, so we're not going to use the 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, if we do that, it's a $50 ticket. It's a $50 ticket.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is.
Joe probably wins one finally.
Okay, so I think Chris, is Chris there? Is he gonna be showing the races? I'm putting in. I still have 1, 2, 3, 4 races to put in my race number 9. I think I have to put. Let's see here. Bear with me real quick.
No problem.
5, race 9. Bear with me, guys. I've got to put in my NHC plays real quick. So while I'm doing that, why don't we just do this? So you already saw the tickets, you guys. Oh, I can't show that. Is Chris showing it or no?
No, but we can bring it up by just clicking. Oh, I had it. There we go.
There we go. Okay. While you're doing that,
Piper here standing on the
I'm
turf.
gonna
getting
Very
found.
good look at
Okay.
these fillies and mares as they warmed up, and they all looked really well. However, I have to say that the number 11, Moment's Pleasure, I've seen her a lot out here on the West Coast, and she looked especially beautiful today. So something about the winter is what she is liking. And you know what? She's a Calbred. You might overlook her a little bit because she's against open company
Make it
today.
all, make
However,
it a
she
Calbred.
has faced open company before, and she has actually ran really well against them. So I'm going to take Moment's Pleasure on the outside for trainer Craig Lewis. Another one that I thought looked really good underneath Frankie Dettori is the number 4 Wordplay for trainer Simon Callahan. Both tries here in the States have been good tries. She's come past horses and ran on really well at the end. She's gotten a little bit in traffic just because she's had to come from so far out of it. So maybe just keeping her a little bit closer to the pace today might be the key for Frankie Dettori. But overall, all of
Oldy,
these
did you have a
players
pick at
lining up
Gulfstream Park,
very
race
well,
number
and
8?
that's to step on to the turf course for race number 5.
Gulfstream Park, race number 8.
Yeah,
Um, I thought that 2 horse was pretty interesting.
that's who I was just going to use. Anybody else?
Hold on, let me go back here. Gulfstream. So I had.
Be quick.
Trying to.
And I need Gulfstream 8, 9, and 10.
All right, so I was, well, 10. The 10, I love the 11.
In the 10th race, you love the 11. The 11.
I love the 11, who is 8-1 on the morning, 10-1 on the morning line.
So that's Vindicate Cha Cha.
Yes, top pick.
Okay.
For me, it was the 2. Let's see. So the 2, the 3. I mean, the 8's the favorite, but I think the 2 and the 3. And I think that, I mean, the 9's a grade 3 winner at 11 furlongs on the turf, too.
Okay.
But getting back. So, I think any one of those 4 horses has a big shot here.
Okay, and
The
race
2
number
has
9.
a huge pace
What about
advantage.
race number 9?
I was 1, 4, 8, but I think the 4 and the 1 were the ones that are going to be hard to get by. I only used the 8 because I think that pace could melt a little bit, and the 8 it will be sitting there, I think, in a good spot. But I would.
How strong is the 4 in that race? American, of course, with Irad Ortiz.
I think pretty strong, and the horse can rate a little bit. They're going in the gate, so you got to make a.
Okay.
Begin for the 5th. Start of the middle pick 4. $250,000 in that middle pick 4 pool.
Did I actually punch this? Right.
Shocking Gray coming up. Idesia will be next. Ahuraru.
Can you guys hear the sound now? Do we hear the sound?
Sounds good.
Moment's Pleasure.
I hear it. Do you guys hear it as well?
We're in the gate. And they're off. September Magic is very quick. So is Wordplay, showing good early foot. Just in behind them comes Free and Humble. Karuru in between horses. And
do they ever describe a horse as having a bad early foot?
Tiara Queen is 5 lengths off the lead.
No.
Then Shocking Gray inside Lady Claypool. Idesia is second to last, and Control Function is at the back. 9 lengths off front running September Magic, who's the clear-cut leader past the 6 furlong pole. In front by 2 lengths over Free and Humble in second. Another 3 back to Moment's Pleasure third, and Wordplay tucked in along the inside fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Then Tiara Queen, a bit eager under a hold
11's
between
getting
horses.
a great trip
Karuru
right
is next, racing a length in front of both Shocking Gray and Lady Claypool. It's another 2 to Idesia and Control Function. Not much change. Half mile to travel. September Magic remains the target. A length and a half to Free and Humble in second. Then Moment's Pleasure, Wordplay still right together, followed by Tiara Queen. Kahuru is 3 deep, joined at the rail by Shocking Gray, who's within 5 or 6 of the leader. Behind them, Lady Claypool, Control Function, and
11
Idesia.
looks
They're coming to
fantastic.
the quarter
4 is
pole,
looking
and
great
it's
too, though.
September Magic.
If 4
Moment's
can get through
Pleasure
on the
makes a
rail,
nice
and Ye
move
drift
down
out a little
from
bit.
the back. Lady Claypool
Now the
is
8
unleashed
closed
on the far outside.
the rail down
Behind them,
just enough.
Wordplay. They're at the
Here
top
comes
of the
my
stretch.
7.
And
Come on,
Moment's
7, get
Pleasure
up.
has emerged with the lead.
Get
A
up.
continued rally from Lady
Get up.
Claypool on the outside as Wordplay comes through on the fence. Wordplay,
Get
Lady
up.
Claypool, Moment's Pleasure in between them. 3 coming for the wire together. A driving finish. Here's the line. Photo finish, moments pleasure, ultra
11.
game on the inside of Lady
The 11 got
Claypool.
that?
Then it was
Yeah.
Wordplay in third.
Oh,
In between
man.
horses.
Control
I thought
function
the
and
7
Shocking
got it.
Gray.
No?
No, I think the 11 got it.
Ah.
We'll see. We'll see on the Bob. What does everybody think? Johnny says the 11. Scott says the 11. They're showing both horses. So
Photo finish.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know.
no, it's
I
the
don't
11.
know. I don't know. We got a good head bob, right?
Too late.
No, well, I don't know. That angle
Too
doesn't
late.
show. It's close. God, we got the head bob. It just might be too late. I'm not sure. Man, I really like that 7.
Great note you had there on the trip trouble too.
What did I put on there? Yeah, I think the 11 got it. I had a note on the 7, didn't I? Yeah, there we go. So let's see. Let's show the note. That's the note.
Sure.
That was Dave's long shot play. 7 was working well.
You know what? I'll take $800 on a ticket that had a Baffert 3 to 5 win in race.
Oh, that's right. You know, I totally. I'm thinking about the new. I knew you didn't have the 7 horse in your pick 5, huh?
No, but I would have been happy for you if that horse got there, and I did add it to the pick 4.
Number 11, Moments Pleasure
Yeah,
was
yeah.
first.
No, that's
7,
okay.
Lady Claypool second. 4,
Ran
Wordplay
good.
third.
11, 7,
5,
4 is your order of
Shocking
finish.
Gray was fourth. 11,
5
7,
to 1, a great
4,
start
5.
to our pick 4 too.
Yeah.
Did you use the 7 in your contest?
I used the 7 in the contest. Yeah. Yeah, I had the 7 on one ticket in the contest, and then the 4 on the other. That's really what I was more rooting for in there. But I mean, I've qualified for the NHC already anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, I gotta start taking a look at that. I gotta get my mind on that.
You'd be great in that, Oldie. You'd be fantastic. You should completely do that.
Yeah,
You
one
know,
of my
the thing is,
buddies.
like, and this is your kind of play, honestly. The 7 is your type of play. The 11 paid $12.80, and you hit the pick 5, not the 4, right? Pick 5.
Pick 5, yeah.
Yeah. So 880, 350, nice hit. And the Aaron, you used it as well. But if you really look at my notes on the 7 horse, and this is what's so great about the new notes. It's not just me. I mean, you're doing it, and David's doing it, and Jake's doing it, and Justin, and then Dan's getting notes on the workouts. But at first glance, this 4-year-old filly might seem like one you can pass over, but at a closer look, and you know what flagged me on this was the EquinEdge second pick, Oldie. It's the type of horse, like there are different metrics that might flag you, and then it makes you relook at something, right? Does that ever happen to you?
Absolutely, and I still write. So I'm still writing notes on horses in the system too, like after a race. And I was able to take one from Keeneland on a favorite at Oaklawn on Sunday as well.
Yeah.
And put that in there and tell people I had a note from this previous race that says this horse can't run anymore. And it went off as the favorite and lost by 9 lengths at Oaklawn. So I'm trying to tie the tools together too. And
exactly, that's exactly what I'm trying to do is tie the tools. Yeah, Aaron, exactly. The switch to Saez was huge, and that's part of my note that you'll see in there. And here, Oldie, I didn't handicap this race, and they're going into the gate. You did. You kind of like the 2 horse. You mentioned the 9 horse, who's 22% as well. Is that where you're kind of leaning towards? The 8 horse. I will tell you this before you make that comment. I'm always trying to beat horses like the 8 horse that have a low win percentage and then are getting bet to 4 to 5. That's not good value.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the 9 and I thought the 3 has a long shot look as well.
Brendan Walsh riding for trainer Brendan Walsh has
And
jockey Tyler Gaffleone up.
If you're willing to throw out the last race at Aqueduct on the 11 horse,
2-1, La Mejana.
then maybe the 9 horse makes a lot of
On
sense.
the outside,
She likes to win. She has 6 wins in 17 races.
11 furlongs.
And
on
you
the
have a
turf.
high percentage trainer in Clement and Davis. That's a good pairing at in New York. So
Via Borghese.
Yeah.
Avenue Niel begins.
9 broke good.
Moves out for the early advantage in the middle. Here's Balato's Beach on to challenge.
What's up, Caesar?
Far outside, 3 Priest is looking to get over with the favorite Forever After All into the top flight. She backs off to land third. Marksman Queen is along the rail. La Mejana's 3 wide, and the gray Lady Firefoot is last of all.
We don't track that,
on the fore turn for
Caesar,
the
but
time. David Egan sends 3.
in about a year from now, we're going to give people the ability to be able to run numbers that they want to run with the different metrics.
Fighting the rating is Marksman
But
Queen,
it's
so
not
Ruiz
something
is
right
on
now
the
that we
side there.
run.
Far
Because if you
outside,
think
La
about it, like
Mejana,
there's
traffic is
a
Forever
1,000
After All.
different
At the rail,
combinations of
Balato's
stuff that we
Beach.
can run,
Back is
and
Lady Firefoot.
everybody
Down in
has
front of
different
us
things
for the
and
first time,
preferences
the
and what
quarter
they
time,
find
which is
important.
25-2.
Yeah.
Marksman Queen has tugged her way to
For
the lead.
sure.
It has 1 lap to go. In front, 3 parts of a length.
Caesar's a good
Avenue Niel
dude.
is along the rail for
He
Caramano.
plays
sits
in
second,
some
and
of the cash
Lamejana's out
tournaments.
there
I've seen him.
third. Up between horses goes 3 Priest, who was the early pace
So
setter.
the
She's
2
back
horses
and
in the
forth.
lead
Gaffleone
right
has the
now.
favorite
Do
Forever
you
After
find
All,
that
settled
horses that get
perfectly,
in
racing
the
in
lead
fifth, about 3.5
in
off
longer
the speed.
distances like this
Then
have
back
any
to
kind of
rail at Balato's
advantage?
Beach, and the trailer
I
is
think
Lady
so, because
Firefoot.
especially when you're
With the
dealing
half
with
and 50
lower,
and 3.
I'm
Make
going
way
to
for the
say
backstretch
lesser
now,
class
less than 6
horses.
furlongs to run. Marksman
Sometimes
Queen,
they don't
3
have
parts
that
of a
late
length.
kick that
Avenue
you'll
Niel
see
is
in like a
second, La
grade
Mejana
1
third. At the rail, 3 Priest
going
is
a
fourth.
mile and a
No
half or
Patient in fifth
a
is
mile
race
and
favorite Forever
3/16.
After All.
Yeah.
Outside from last, it's Lady Firefoot up a spot. Now
The 9,
trailer
I
is
will say this about the
Balato's Beach.
9. She must be ready
That's
to
the
run
7
today
of them,
because
as
she's
they
a
have
lot
4.5
closer to the pace than
furlongs
she
to run.
normally
They went
is.
3 quarters in
And
1:16.
she
They also
broke
went
pretty good out
really
of the gate.
slow.
Niel is
And
back
she's
to
got a lot
second
of
as
horse right now.
Queen continues to lead La Mejana, and Dylan Davis up to challenge from second. On the far outside, that's Lady Firefoot. She's now moving up on the far outside. So Gaffleone's got to move on Forever After All.
And these are my 2 horses.
At the inside, it's Avenue Niel.
I mean,
then
I'd love
Laurel,
the 2
Priest as they race
at
for
4 to
home.
1
At the inside,
or the
Marksman
9 either
Queen
way.
fights to hold it.
Tens.
La Mejana to the
Shut
throat
down
back
that
on the
rail.
turn. These
It's
two
going to be
sprint.
tough to catch
Far
the 9 or
outside
the 2. It
Forever
really
After
is.
All, up the
Like you're going to
inside,
have to be
3
much
Priest.
fast
Come past
because
the
they didn't
8
set a fast pace.
La Mejana driven forward for a narrow
And
lead. Marksman Queen
come
fights
on, 9, hold
Forever
up.
After All, tries to level off and pick her up. They come for the wire. La Mejana wins.
But that's what I mean about not having the kick in
Forever After All,
with
second in 2:14 and
a
2.
lesser group of horses late
Yeah.
too.
So on the ticket where I used the 7, who got second at 8 to 1, I had the 9. So that one hit perfectly. And look, the 8 horse was live in the race clearly, but the pace was too slow for the 8 to catch them, and the 8 was too far back.
Yeah.
And we're not surprised that the 2 horse. The reason I thought the 9 was going to be tough in there is because the 9, who's got a 15 pace number, was only about 2 lengths back from the very beginning of the race. So that was a big advantage. Who rode that horse? So Dylan Davis gave that horse a big ride.
Yeah.
Is that Dylan Davis's first win at Gulfstream Park since he's come to this meet?
I think so, but I'm not positive. Somebody else in the chat might know. I did not. I haven't been paying that much attention to whether Dylan's had a win previously there.
Yeah. But 22%, that's the second top pace number. 9 ran, or the 2 ran huge, got bet down. Yeah, that is right. First win.
And
yeah.
you look at that horse too, and I believe that horse was the only graded stakes winner in that race.
Yeah, you had mentioned that to me. You just mentioned that as well. Like that horse won the grade 3 race like a couple of races back.
Correct. Yes. So it won grade 3 at 11 furlongs off the bench actually, off a layoff for Clement with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. On 10-4, so not that long ago, and then I think just broke really poorly in a big field the second time, the last time, and couldn't get the position it needed there.
How nice! Look at this. It feels like old times. Caesar's in Bluegrass Dan. Tony's in the house. It wouldn't be the same chat if Tony wasn't filling up the chat.
Oh, Tony was in our WhatsApp this morning. He was super excited. He's like, Scotty and Oldie, where do I sign up?
Yeah, it's so neat. It's neat. It feel the same though. And you got David in here, Rodney, of course, and Deb Martin was somewhere. She comes in and out. I think we're gonna have to start paying her to stick in the chat because I think we have 25% more people when she's in the chat. I don't know. Just everybody loved. There are certain people that just have that it factor. Deb Martin has that it factor, and if you don't know who Deb Martin is, she's the queen. She in the beginning of EquinEdge, she started hitting stuff. Remember, Oldie, for like $12 tickets.
Yep.
Like she's hitting $20,000, and she had like a run of about 6 months where she just couldn't lose.
Well, Scotty, that's why we love the previous ticket generator, the original ticket generator.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're killing me.
I'm giving Scotty crap, guys. So,
It's
but
gone. Like I don't think it even exists anymore. But was it really that? What was it about that ticket generator? Maybe I can find it. Like, what was it? What did
it was if you made one change and you were right about it, and let's say that change was a single,
Yeah.
it won at a very high percentage.
Okay.
Like just a ridiculous percentage. We were winning, and regardless of track too, because it wasn't just based on win percentage, and which the current one isn't. There was the middle one that was, but yeah, we hit so many Aqueduct mandatory payout 20-cent pick sixes as a group with Justin and Lauren and Lexi and Chris.
Gary's been doing it from the very beginning too. Okay, Dan, of course, as well. Yeah,
but the algorithms are different now, though. So I don't know if it's actually possible. Even if it was just much like being able to look at the long shot. It would find that one horse you were going to miss.
Yeah. I'm trying to, again, what's coming in the future, it's going to roll out real easy as you're going to be able to there's only going to be 8 past performances, Oldie, for a while. You're not going to be able to get a year, 2 or 3 years yet. And then there's going to be a little toggle that's going to give you the ability to look further out if you want more than 8, because of what I'm going through right now. By doing this, you're going to have to scroll on some and then go up on some. We don't want to have to do that.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like Justin has any notes in this particular race. Okay. If so, Justin, let me know, but it doesn't look like. What's up, Sylvain? Sylvain been with us a long time as well.
Yep.
You guys are going to be, for the EquinEdge community, Oldie, and notice, and for those just joining us, you're going to be so proud because in the next 2 months, some of the releases the release that's coming is going to be the biggest in the history of the company.
And I'll tease it a little bit to everybody that it's a lot of stuff that has been talked about for a while, and you've done a great job actually getting the right programmers in place. I mean, the stuff people don't see on the back end, and it's a fantastic team now as well. And I feel like the back end now is just going to be insanely good.
Yeah, exactly. Patrick's saying, how about something to highlight? There's a note. Oh, well, you're not going to need it with the way that the new system is being done. You'll see it immediately as you're looking at each horse. So the tab's gone. I don't know if you see that, but the tab is gone where you had to click on, Patrick. So you'll see it below. And in about an hour from now, Brad's working on it right now. You're only going to be able to see 8 past performances. And then you'll have a toggle in about 2 months from now. You'll have a toggle if you want to see more than 8 past performances for a horse. So, but Fairgrounds just took off.
Yeah.
There's a big favorite in there. Justin didn't really have a note. I'll turn it on. Hopefully you guys can hear it. Can you hear that?
No, I'm not hearing it, but that big favorite's going to have to come from the clouds here, because right now,
yeah, all long shots right now. First, second, third, and fourth. You know what, Oldie? Big horses that have big win percentages like this in $5,000 races, don't you try to beat them all the time?
Oh, absolutely. And anytime you see like a race that doesn't have that much speed too, but it looks like, is that the 2 or is that the favorite? That's the 2 who went off at 11-1.
Yeah, I don't know how you account for that, but look at this eight. Loses by 12 lengths, but here's, I'll give you the key factor here that you have to look for right here in the stretch. First of all, if this horse in this better race, no doubt about it, would have been close, like 4 lengths back, 3 lengths back at the stretch, then I would consider it strongly in the next race on the drop in class. But the fact in the stretch that it wasn't close, there's something wrong with this horse. For me.
Yeah,
And
no,
then the horse is in for $5,000. It's crazy.
And this is the kind of thing you could put a note: suspicious drop, maybe can't run anymore.
Yeah,
Because it's going from 30 to 5K. That
and you know
to
what?
me
Too? You know
tells
what, Oldie, if you beat horses like this, how much money do you make? And
Yeah.
these horses are going to lose way off more than they're going to win. The system is right in putting it at 54%. How else is it going to judge it? Maybe, we are getting better. I will tell you this: the technology that we have now and the team that we have in place now. And if you hadn't heard, we'll have a new GSR next week, and that thing is 30% better than what we have now, with a 75-cent average payout, ROI higher. And so these things are only going to get better. And we listen to you guys as well and what's on the intercom, the good and the bad. Let me ask you a question, Oldie. Initially, I know people were worried about losing the Bruno notes, and I decided not to move forward with the Bruno notes for many reasons that I don't want to talk about. But you see where the notes are going, how much better they are now, how many tracks we're covering. I will say the one thing I will say about why I didn't want to use the Bruno notes anymore is that, and it's not Bruno's fault, because he's got like 1 or 2 people working for him, and there was hardly ever any notes on stuff. And I wanted to be able to have more notes available for people and more thorough notes as well. I actually think Bruno's one of the top clockers out there, but it just wasn't working for me as a handicapper, and so we didn't renew. Well, what are your thoughts? Truly, what are your thoughts?
I see some value there, but in what we had, I think people were very comfortable with it as well. But I think I think the way we're doing things is going to evolve in a way that provides a lot more value. And, it's one thing to be able to interpret a horse's stride. It's another thing to be able to then take that and apply it to a race, would be what I would say. And everybody's going to be wrong. I've learned more from just conversations with Bruno about horse strides and how a horse looks on the track, and whether a horse is a dirt horse or a turf horse, things that I can apply to what I do. So, there's definitely value there. I have nothing negative to say about Bruno. I think there's nobody who works harder in terms of that stuff than Bruno. But
For sure. He's a wealth of knowledge, no doubt about it.
I think that the goal is to go beyond workouts and to be able to provide insight. And from my standpoint, it's insight into both handicapping and the data you're looking at to try to help you be able to paint an overall picture and make sense of that. And I'm going to throw one of my ideas. I sent you an email, and we were going to set up a meeting, but I don't know that people really use that weather widget anymore, and that I think that's real estate we can recapture to have like a general note about a race. So that for people. So let's say we think that there's a significant pace advantage on one of the horses, or we think that this might be a 2-horse race. That would be a great place to put something like, that this might be a 2-horse race. Please take a look at the notes, or something like that. And
Let me tell you why you say that. And you're not wrong to say that. But the weather is super important for people. The problem with this particular weather widget, and believe me, the team knows, is that this weather widget, this particular one that we've been using since we started, sucks. And it's not up to date. It's like 3 or 4 hours late. The new weather widgets that we're going to have, and we're negotiating the deal with it, is the weather widget will show you what's coming in an hour, in 2 hours, and be real time. And once you have that, that weather is important to know, because if races are going to be taken off the turf, and we spend all this time handicapping a dirt race, so I think the weather widget is extremely important. I just think this one on the site right now sucks, but it's coming.
All right. Well, I still think we should find some real estate to be able to put a general note on our thoughts on the race that might alert people to more information below.
Yeah. It's I think maybe there's a happy medium somewhere, but and you're right. Maybe we can take up smaller space with showing where the weather is at and where the weather is coming. You know.
Yeah.
There's Patrick's been around a long time as well.
Anything for Mahoning race 9?
No. We're definitely not covering Mahoning. Sorry, Pat.
So do we want to talk pick 6 at Santa Anita?
So let me first. So this, yes, we should. This is the beginning of the stakes races. There's the next 6 races on this opening day at Santa Anita. There's 6 total grade 1s and grade 2s. By the way, Oldy, did you know this race used to be called the San Antonio Stakes? They just changed it to the Laffit Pincay Stakes. Laffit Pincay actually rode a horse of mine and won. And so it's like one of the highlights. I have the picture, and it's really neat. But let me read this. I looked this up yesterday. Laffit had 9,530 career wins against top competition, by the way. That's just in North America, not in Panama. Career earnings, $237 million, and a win percentage, can you imagine this, of 19.65%. Pretty incredible.
That is insane for that many races as well.
All right, let's do the pick 6.
And I will say that the San Antonio Stakes in California didn't make a lot of sense.
No. No.
Anna Maria Red Heart.
Okay. Well, these horses. All right. Who did you have in the 10th race in the La Brea?
So in the 10th, I was spread there. I was 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh man, I didn't think anybody could win besides the 7 and the 9. I'm not surprised that you and I are disagreeing.
And I'm single to
Hey, hold on.
I like the 8 in the last
race. Oldy, handicap this race.
All right, so Hope Road is your favorite for Baffert. Grade 3 winner, won 2 grade 3s in a row. Gets Hernandez here, top E pick as well as I believe my issue with the 9 is I think the 9 might need the lead, and I'm not positive the 9 will get it.
Oh, she'll get it. Hernandez is going to send hard, and she'll get the lead. And then One Magic Philly is just an absolute monster.
But let's remember, so if we're taking a couple Breeders' Cup horses already, the Breeders' Cup next out horses only win 9% of the time.
Yep.
So some of these horses are gonna lose. I know McCarthy really likes Sandy Bottom. He was on one of Howard's podcasts with the younger guys talking about this horse and what a great effort it had last time out coming off the bench. But again, it's another horse that needs to lead.
Well, it's 15-1 the E morning line. He was losing ground against an easier field. That horse has no chance of winning this race, in my opinion. None. Because Hope Road is faster and is on the outside of the 8. So I would have no doubt the horse is training good. That horse is not winning this race unless the 9 stumbles and falls.
But doesn't this set up for Sugarfish or
Sugarfish is adding blinkers, which is going to kill its kick. It's not a sprinter. All right, Mullins is taking a shot. The race will have to fall apart for Sugarfish to win this race.
I mean,
Personally.
Sugarfish did win though a grade 2 against 70s and didn't embarrass itself in the distaff against Torpedo Anna. But I think the 6 has a little bit of a look, can rate a little bit. My concern here is there's a lot of horses. The 9, the 7. Well, 7 can rate a little bit. The 9,
Seven
the
can
8.
rate. 7 can rate no problem under Flavian Pratt. Listen. We
2.
can't cover everybody anyways. There's no way
Yeah.
to do that. But I would strongly push you. This race, I feel so good that there's no way anybody besides the 9 or 7's winning this race.
Okay.
But
and
and even with the win percentages, it's kind of like telling me that as well.
And when the E top 2 picks match the top 2 win percentages, what do I always say? That wins 62% of the time. So
it could fall apart. I respect your handicapping. We don't have a lot of time, and we can't cover all of them anyway. So
I would single the 8 in the last also.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if we.
And then you can add the 7.
I'm with you. I agree with you. Okay, I love the 8 as well. Okay, I'm glad we agree there. Say the system added it itself.
Yep.
And then 1, 5, and 8. I think the 1, 5, or 8 winning this race is so high. I'm glad the system used the 8. I actually really like the 8.
So I like the 1, 5, and I like the 9 and the 6 there. I know the 6 sounds crazy, but it did almost win the Let It Ride. If I'm playing a long shot there, I just didn't like the 8's effort either of the last 2 times out.
Yeah.
But
Mike McCarthy's got this accuracy in there, and I know it looks like a very nice horse, but it's drawn inside. It's won on the lead, and it's won easily. But there's a huge difference beating 4 other horses against a 60 group, Dan, and then facing these monsters.
And that horse needs a lead.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it does. Yeah, we don't know if it can rate. It's lightly raced, but the inside draw is no help, and it could win the race. We don't know the upside, but the chances of that horse winning that race is very slim.
Yeah.
We're already doing a $240 ticket. I don't think we can do anything more than this. Maduro, Caesar, I put a note on that horse. I'm going to try to beat it on the win end. There's just something about that horse that keeps, I didn't feel like it was win. I thought it was more of an exotics horse, but you're right. I mean, it could definitely win. But all right, let's just go to the race because I think we don't have really any other time.
Are making their way to the gate for the inaugural Laffit.
Sorry to rush that, but we've already locked in our picks for the other ones, Oldy.
Coming out
I don't know what else we would do.
I've really been excited.
I mean, that's single here. To be honest with you, but
he last ran.
You thought you needed to cover more. Like the 4-horse Express Train has had 3 straight layoff lines. I respect this horse. It's the EquinEdge second pick, but I'm trying to beat this horse, honestly.
But to me, though, on Express Train,
American Admiral would be my
the
long shot
drop in class is so significant.
He loves these longer
and
races.
Even though the horse hasn't won in a long time,
underneath him, get his long, big stride
you know,
underneath him,
it's
and make
still
one run.
running
The
respectively
important thing
well
about this
against
horse
much better
is
than this
he
group.
cannot get stopped.
Yeah.
He has that long, big
Well,
flowing
look.
stride, and if he gets stopped, he just can't
Look
get
at this
it
horse.
back to the way it was.
There's a
before
big
he got
difference
stopped
between
as quick as
horses,
usual.
even
So,
like Llamas, who I
and this horse
respect.
from the
What a
inside
hard
post
knocking
can
horse,
somehow
12 wins in
find a
34
trip to get
races.
outside.
Yeah.
I
Hard
think
knocking.
he is
But,
going to benefit
I mean,
from this
he
distance,
couldn't win
and,
against a
he looks
62
really
group,
good
and
coming out onto the
Katana
track as well.
has
So
been facing
my long shot
absolute
king here, number
monsters in the
1,
last 4
American
races. Like,
Admiral. They
this
are
should
about to
be
go
like,
up to the
the
gate
horse
for
shouldn't even
race
be
number
breathing
6.
hard in
Good
this
luck.
race for Doug O'Neill.
But if you go back, I mean, for the most part, Katana hasn't been close in those races. Yes, in the San Diego, but beyond that, I'm just not sure if Katana is good enough and if there's enough pace here for Katana.
When you have that kind of class, you're moving up, like in whatever. First of all, look, the system already has the horse only 2.5 lengths back of the first call. Not like this horse is going to be, and the horse has the class of the race. Now,
Well-
the four has class, agreed. But to come back and beat a horse like the 6 off of 3 straight layoff lines, I mean, this would have to be the training job of the century by sheriffs. I mean, 6 is the horse to beat.
Well, also you should note that Doug O'Neill has the 3 here, and the 3's here to make sure that there's pace for the 6 to run into. I would guess.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad point. But again, the 6 isn't that. There's not a lot of speed in this race, so I don't think the 6. I think anywhere the horse can be put anywhere where Dettori wants to put it. And you know, I am a big Frankie Dettori fan personally. I'm genuinely a big Dettori fan. I think he's one of the best jockeys that we've had in the last 20 years.
All right, I'll go with you on that. We'll see. You know, I would say he's a big race rider, where, you know, I'd say Ryan Moore might be a better every race rider, or Irad, or Pratt.
Well, I think Irad's amazing, but Irad
It's post time.
Irad
for the
sometimes
Laffit
gets in these ruts,
Pincay
kind of like
Junior
Rosario
Stakes.
does.
American
the
Admiral
first
has
annual
loaded. Here's Ashcroft.
Pincay Junior Stakes.
All right. Good luck in this race, you guys. We have the 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in the pick 6. This is the inaugural Laffit Pincay Stakes.
One more. Golden Eye to the outside. In the gate. And they're off in the Laffit Pincay Jr. Lamas alert out of the gate, so is Tarantino, and Ashcroft with good comeback speed in the mix too. JB strikes back, now moves forward between horses to battle with Tarantino, and those two are head and head rounding the first turn. Ashcroft hugs the rail and now puts his head in front. Just in behind them comes American Admiral, now tucked in fourth. Then the big cap winner, Express Train, 5 lengths off the lead. He's followed by Katona. The 2 trailers are Lamas and Golden Eye at the back of the field. They swing on to the backstretch with Ashcroft the leader. JB strikes back just a head away second. 2 more to Tarantino in the clear, while 3 wide third. American Admiral drafting in behind them fourth. Express Train a close-up fifth, just 3 lengths off the lead as JB strikes back, has taken over, coming to the half-mile pole. Katona is next with 5 to make up. He's 5 lengths clear of Lamas, and Golden Eye is at the back. Into the far turn. JB strikes back, leads it by a length. Tackled now by Tarantino, who makes his move in second. Then it's Express Train moving into third. American Admiral between horses. Ashcroft losing ground at the rail. Katona outside of them.
6 is
5
not
lengths
running.
back to Golden Eye.
Nope.
And Lamas a quarter of a mile to go. JB strikes back, and Tarantino 2 clear of Express Train at the top of the stretch. JB strikes back, clinging to the lead. On the outside of him, Tarantino is in second. American Admiral has switched to the outside and is gathering nice momentum with big strides outside of Express Train. A 16th to go. JB strikes back.
Go, 3.
American
Go.
Admiral on the
Come on.
outside, and
Come on.
Tarantino.
Boom.
JB
Boom.
strikes back. Has won
Good
the
call.
Laffit Pincay
That's,
Jr. A
that's
photo
going to
between
get our.
Tarantino and American Admiral.
Wow.
Express
I hope you
Train
played
checked in
our
fourth.
pick
Wow.
6 ticket, Scotty.
I didn't play.
Anybody, please, somebody.
Yeah.
Did anybody play it?
That is insane. Wow.
Winning Stride
Wow.
played it. Okay, we
Yeah.
got somebody
Good.
at least.
Good.
Yes. Again, Katana last race out in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah.
Ran a big
Number
one.
3, JB strikes back was first. It's a photo
That's
for
huge.
second.
That is so huge. That's Doug O'Neill's other horse.
Yes, that's the one I suggested was in there to rabbit. But used anyways, because pace is, especially at Santa Anita, pace is it can be pretty deadly.
Yeah. Wow.
And, that's what the pace square was screaming there. But the jump up in class, I mean, I think that horse was against 56s last time out,
And look,
54s.
so look, we're 2 for 2 in the pick 4 as well. Did anybody play the pick 4? God, it looks like Connor did.
I did too. So
You did?
I'll admit to having played it.
Even with the 4 horse, Johannes, even with that horse, this is going to pay good. The pick 4 is going to pay good no matter what. Winning Stride did too. Wow. How nice. That's a good start, Oldie. All right, let's get to Gulfstream 9.
Gulfstream 9. All right. So I was 1 for 8 here, I believe. I did not use the 3 who was top pace, and that probably will come back and regret something I'll regret, but it is moving up. But it did not run poorly against 60s on the turf. But it is a GSR drop and a low percentage trainer.
Yeah, exactly, Deb. Come on, you need to bring it, slacker. So I think we're trying to beat the 2 horse, right? Because, I mean, it's 16% to win. It just broke its maiden.
Yep.
It's horses that break their maidens come back to win 5% of the time against winners. Like, it's a wide open race, but American, of course, with speed going 5.5 furlongs. The problem unfortunately, with that horse, the problem is that
now post time.
If it wasn't for the 3 horse, that's going to probably hurt the 4 horse. So who's tactical in here? Who's tactical at a price?
The 1 maybe, the 8.
The 1's tactical.
Grizzled Pro American, of course, is a 2-1.
I would look at the 1.
Choice for Team Louis Ramirez and jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. If you get by,
what a horse like the 6 horse? What about a horse like the 6 horse for Kathleen O'Connell?
Win mutual if the 2 or 4 don't win. Neoprene
25 to 1
on this course. Richard Bracho riding for Dennis Manning.
Let's see. So the 6
horse.
Happy Ride. It's a pickup ride for jockey Leonel Reyes.
It nearly pulled off a win against 60s.
Happy Ride.
That heated for 4th
and
just missed. So might be able to rate a little bit.
Yeah.
They're at the post. They're off and running. Good start from between horses for Check the Grade, who heads up for the early advantage, moving up.
That's what you expected.
Big long shot.
Outside, it's Happy Ride, and toward the rail, Bedrock Birdie. Back from there, race favorite Entrepreneurship.
That's going to hurt the 4 horse, who's in between horses now, because the 9 is showing more speed.
Then it's Ride on Cupid.
The 1's having to check up a little bit, being on the rail.
Second last is Rizadita and Neoprene Trails.
Wow, you might not catch this 3 horse.
21 and 4 opening quarter.
It's true.
Giant number. Trejos and Check the Grade lead by 2.5. Happy Ride is second. Third American, of course, getting into the clear and lauding a bit is an Entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship loose while 4 wide. Bedrock Birdie tries to slide through at the inside, and they're on their way home. On the far outside, here comes Entrepreneurship. The daughter of Dialed In is getting dialed in indeed as she's surging forward now. On the inside,
7's gone.
I don't think the 2's catching the 7 at all.
Kicking her. She's 30 to 1. David Rose and jockey Jorge Ruiz spring the upset. They turn over Entrepreneur.
Bombs all around, but that ain't good for your tournament.
For third.
Big balloons.
American, of course, but there was Happy Ride in 102 and 3.
What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Fantastic. Like, what else would we be doing?
I finished up the work day, and thought I'd hop on with you guys here and kind of finish up the show. I've got a little bit of interest in the late pick 5 at Santa Anita, which is a rarity for me to do. So I'll show you that when we get there.
Hey,
yes,
Chris.
The original ticket generator, Scotty. I've been wanting to say this for like an hour and a half. There's still a YouTube video out there that I did, which is how the first chat started with Oldy. That's how I met Oldy with all this stuff. And like that opening day at Santa Anita, it was a huge pool. They were doing the 20-cent nonsense. I mean, we would have split the pool with somebody because you just had to make one change back in the day. You just had to make one change, let the ticket generator do everything else, and it figured it out. And the first time we attempted this at Aqueduct, using the Twin Spires bet share option, it didn't sell out, and Oldie canceled it, and it hit for like $11,000. And Oldie
14. Believe me, I have not forgotten.
Yeah, he has not forgotten about that. And we just crushed it there. We hit them. We hit the $2 ones at Los Al. We hit them all over the place. It picked fives, and it was like a good 4.5 month stretch. From December to mid-April, and then we had that fateful show where you were like, I changed the ticket generator, and we were like, oh. So go find that one.
The one thing I can tell you is I know that we will have it improved.
Of course.
If you think about the ticket generator, it's super difficult because if somebody plays a $48 ticket, and let's just say the win percentages in the race are all equal, like the highest win percentage is 25%. Like, think about the job that the ticket generator has to try to do on a $48 ticket. Do you know how many combinations there are? It's impossible.
Yeah, I know. It's difficult. It's very difficult, and I know you'll get there. You've got other things that you're working on in the toolbox. Like Oldie said, the team is great. They're making all the right moves, and what's interesting, I think, Scotty, is they're becoming faster with all this stuff and whatnot. But one thing I wanted to highlight for you is if you go to Gulfstream Park today, the early races. So go to race 1.
Okay. Well, let's do fairgrounds first before we do that.
All right.
And we can circle back.
Scotty, how about we single a horse that's 70% in my data to win that I teased earlier?
Where?
So fairgrounds race 10.
Okay, I want you to hold that. Let's hear this race first if we can hear it. Chris, can you play fairgrounds and see if we can hear the sound? When I'm doing it, nobody's hearing it.
Fairgrounds. Oldie, is this the race with the horse?
No, this is just the
no. That's race 10.
Okay.
I put up a ticket here. I recommended this ticket for $144 pick 5. I hear it, Chris.
It is now.
So we're hoping for the 10 or the 12. Smoky Mandate and Lam Paco Verde. Verde.
Do a double into Oldie's horse, damn it.
No, you got a while. You got till the 10th. Race 10.
Okay.
So race 9, you.
Yeah, we got to nail that double, Oldie.
Was your tees for Will Clark, climbing towards Upsfall coming up. And 70 yards. Mitchell Morrill now with Scott Reed.
Exactly, K. Reed.
Reed went in the line.
Haven't seen K. Reed in a while either.
Curtis on the Boxing Day score sheet.
What's up, Kevin Reed? Talk about one of the OGs.
Let's see, track only 2-1 favorite. It's 19-1, no white flags. One more.
You need Lexi and Christie here too.
General Mathis runs as a big track only. But then we're coming at the treat yourself. 2-1, General Mathis. Solid. And done. Going inside, there's Scotty going out for the lead. The great Smoky Mandate. Bucksfall coming up an early run now as they make a left on Gentili and Scatfrey. So mid total, Scatfrey out to lead them at 11-1, just inside 7 furlongs to run. Maybe for Scatfrey, he dictates turns to the back, tracked by Barricini. There's the inside is Towering Storm through the third, Bucksfall's running in 4th. Desert Duke in 5th. Agent Green is 6th. Unified Dreams is reaching out deep on the track in 7th position. That comes General Mathis in the back half of the field, along with
all long shots, right?
handing in between horses. Here's the inside. No white flags, and First runs in Saratoga for Whole Verde, who's dropped back to last. The opening quarter for Scotty, 23.75 seconds. Now, here to the half-mile goal is Scotty. Scotty continues to lead the way here. Scotty in front by just over 2 to Berrettini, Towering Storm. Bucksball remains in fourth. The good 3 furlongs from home. Then it's Agent Green with Unified Greetings half mile in 47.14 seconds for the front runner, Scotty, as it comes over the quarter pole. As Berrettini starting to inch in. Then the follow back after Unified Greetings, we have Smoky Mandate along with No White Flag. General Mathis drop back sharply. Whole Verde is only Desert Duke for home. It's Scotty. Looking to finish them off. 3/4 1 at 11.87 seconds for Mitchell Roll. Scotty still staring at another furlong against those left-handers. Scotty
That horse's stride is shortening.
13 Tower Storm. No White Flags is staying on. As it comes past the 16th, it's Scott-Free almost there. Scott-Free at 11-1. Scott-Free, wire to wire.
Boom.
So
I had that at the front of my
pick.
pick.
You might want to put a note on that 12 horse. I mean, it was such a bad trip.
All right, I got to give Oldy the light.
So, Scotty, I had that on my $144 pick 5.
You had the 5?
Yes.
Wow. Why didn't you say something?
I didn't have time. I was trying to have you single the 1 in race 10 because it would have, at the same amount, would have grabbed that horse.
So who's your filly? Let's talk about that horse.
All right. So, Scotty, the 70% angle here on who's your filly. Second Scotty pick, top win, top pace, and top GSR. Wins 70% of the time.
Okay, let me write that down. Top pace.
Top pace.
Okay.
So second Scotty pick.
Second Scotty pick. Okay.
Top win percentage.
Top win. Okay.
Top GSR.
Okay.
And then top pace.
Top pace, second Scotty pick, top win, top GSR, wins 70% of the time.
Yes.
Okay, wins 70% of the time. And how many samples do you have on this?
It's a small sample because, I'm looking at about 1,200 races in my file right now with the current metrics. But, so it's essentially 7 out of 10.
Okay.
But, 7 out of 10, 7 out of 10. It doesn't happen that often. I've now put it into my file that recognizes this stuff.
Yeah.
And the last one, it recognized one by something like 6 or 7 lengths.
Well, first off, thank you for sharing. That's very,
Absolutely.
very nice of you. Nobody else does stuff like that.
You only get that here, Scotty.
Absolutely. Like everybody in the community shares. Here's the note from Justin. Who's your filly dropped 6 points in SOR, which is a big drop. Our SOR, for those of you that are new, is our class number essentially. And it's the SOR is not telling you how a horse did in the field. It's telling you the field that the horse has faced. So you can at least find some sort of class that way. By the way, guys, I've not even shared this with you guys. We're going to have, and I'll share with you. Let me tell you what it is. If I can find it. Well, I don't have it in front of me what the name of it is, but it's essentially an EE power rating. Okay, it's actually an EE performance rating, so EEPR, and it's essentially going to tell you it's going to be like it's not a speed number, but it's basically like the buyer. So you're going to be able to see how a horse has performed against the class it's performed, and you're going to have one number, and it's only going to be for past races. So you won't see anything in the current race, but you'll be able to look in the past performances and see the average and the numbers for each horse. And of course, 20 minutes after the race is over, we pull that up. So you know how a lot of people are like, okay, let me see what the buyer number was for that stakes race and compare it against another stakes horse that's in a different race. And they're both trying to get points for the Kentucky Derby. Now you're going to have an EE performance rating. That's going to be a one number that's going to give you that. It is so accurate. I can just tell you that it's super, super accurate. And Gary wants to see your pick 5
at Fairgrounds.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me get Fairgrounds up here, and then I'll share my screen. And you'll see I knew this was a spread race, so I used way too many horses there.
Well, that's good. Justin is saying expect her to dictate terms or sit right off the front and be tough to beat. So we'll single her in the pick 4.
Why didn't it come up right?
I'm going to crush a pick 3 here to that horse.
That should be it. Hold on, let me just make sure it's right here. There we go. Come on. All right,
Everybody,
here's-
take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. It does help out the channel a lot. We would appreciate it.
that was my Fairgrounds ticket there. So I did take a shot with the long shot as well. I had Scotty your 10 and 12 there,
Yeah.
but this pace advantage again, it was like, if I can get it to let me click on the screen there, it was over 30 points, and that's not insignificant. And Wilson, this horse had beaten 46s. It didn't perform poorly against 54s, but there was the GSR drop on the turf. So I like the return to dirt here. And the stretch out as well. But, again, it was a spread race. It's not like I singled that horse there.
And in here?
And then I'm 210 in the next. The 10 is currently at 4-5. I'm surprised. I thought the 2 Chases Magic for Tom Amos was the top choice and the most likely winner here. And the horse that scares me here is the 1, and you'll see Justin has a note on that horse as well. You can't use everyone, and if I was spreading in the last race, the ticket generator wanted to go narrow here. I wanted to go narrow here. And I had no feeling for race 9, which was an off the turf battle. So I went all there, took my 70% horse.
Well, I would strongly consider the 1. I'll tell you why. What I've noticed with these first time starters and the pace number is horses that have the highest pace numbers seem to win a lot of these races. And 6 furlongs, I have a stat that I wrote down. I'm pretty sure, and I'll look it up, but the horse at the second call at Fairgrounds going 6 furlongs that's in the lead wins 68% of the time.
That's not surprising at all, considering also how heavily the chalk has been at Fairgrounds, though. Heavily the chalk has been. That didn't make a lot of sense. Sorry, guys. That was gibberish out of my mouth. But how much the chalk has been winning.
You're allowed. But you know what I'm surprised about? You realize that Fairgrounds is the longest stretch in North America. And
Yeah.
so it surprises me how many favorites win.
That's not true, Scotty.
Which one is?
Low South Thoroughbreds is the longest stretch in the country by
I
about
don't think so.
by
I don't
about.
think so. I think Fairgrounds is the longest.
It is not.
Look that up.
All right.
I already have.
As well, we have the Santa Anita pick 5 here. I'll show you guys what I played here as well, if that's okay, Scotty, since we're.
Yeah, please.
Oh, and it didn't. Hold on. I'm going to switch screens here because it's not showing my. That's my ticket. So I figured this was a good opportunity to play the other horse I liked, who's sitting at 41-1 against Johannes. But I think needs the lead or needs to be very close to the lead in Astronomer.
So Chris is right. Los Al is at 1,380 feet, and Fairgrounds is at 1,346 feet on the dirt course.
It's because those oval, it's so tight. You know, those turns are so tight at Los Al.
I think the next closest is like 1,100 and something.
I think you're right there.
Yeah,
That's why when you get after the Del Mar meet, turf horses that run well at Del Mar do really well at Los Al, because it's the same configuration of the tighter turns at Los Al on the turf course. And if they
but Del Mar has some of the shortest stretch both on the turf and the dirt.
That's correct. They do, but the turns are tighter at Del Mar than they are at Santa Anita and a lot of other tracks.
By far.
Yeah.
By far. So what happens is when you're seeing horses at Del Mar that are coming around and trying to finish, and they're like just keep on getting short, those horses often come back to Santa Anita and do very, very well.
Yeah. We got 6 minutes to Santa Anita. Scotty, can you flip over to Gulfstream? I just wanted to show you something that I thought was fairly interesting early today.
Okay.
So if you go to race 1, I know people in the WhatsApp chat were complaining about the chalk today, the chalk. All right. So, you know, you talked about this one earlier, right? Willie Nelson crushed it. He had a $17 cold try 759, a $100 cold exacta. And look at the payouts on exacta, Scotty.
$9, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. $9. And then go look at the next race. And this is one thing I'm pitching the coaching class, because we're going to talk about this on Friday night. And go look. So top pick wins again, right? Look at the exotic payouts there. Look at what this double paid out.
$8.
8 to 1.
That's pretty good.
That's really smoking good. If Matt Miller wasn't in Mexico, that double would have paid $6. Go to the next.
I would argue with you that the reason it paid 8 to 1 was Matt Miller is in Mexico.
Exactly. Now, Scotty, go to the probables. Go to the probables for this race. Because this is one that I hit that I did well on. Go hit ticket generator and get to the probables. There you go. Go to probables. Okay. And then flip it to doubles. So you can see here that the favorite here going into the next race was, are you on the right one?
We're on race 3 right now.
Yeah, you got to go to race 2. There you go. Probables. Double. Okay, so you could see here clearly this race, the public had it between the 2 and the 6 based upon the $43,000 in the double pool, right? So it was fairly easy for me. And if you click close there and then you go to the next race, and then you go with what the payouts were.
Okay.
So it was pretty easy for me just to go ahead and Dutch this one and get, easy money on which the 5 ended up beating the 2, and the 5 was top picks. But and the same thing, if you go to race 4, we'll
do that. We'll come back to that. We've got Santa Anita coming up. I want to make sure we cover this. We got to do a pick 5, guys. Let's do $120 pick 5, and we're single to the 4 Johannes. We need the 4 for the pick 6. We need the 4 for the pick 4 that we did. We're singling the 8 horse in the last race. She Feels Pretty, and then we're pretty much covered. And pretty much it's just $112, and we're covering all the same horses. We're just letting it ride, as far as I'm concerned. By the way, for those of you that don't want to play this big of a ticket, I'm thinking I really like the 7 horse Stronghold. But do you realize the 8 horse, especially with the scratch of the 1, you guys, that 8's going to be sitting right off the 2 horse on the inside. And if they don't go too fast, you might not ever catch those 2 horses, the 2 and the 8. So I'm glad we added the 2. I think Pilot Commander is a horse that can't be ignored, but the 8 horse looks really fantastic. And I'll tell you another thing. This horse is training so lights out. I just am not a fan of horses 3 straight layoff lines, but D'Amato couldn't be happier with Stronghold. And this is a very, very nice animal. So I wouldn't sleep on this horse, but the 8 horse just gets to sit from that post position and that tactical speed. I don't know. Can this whole horse rate?
A little bit, a tad. I don't think it's what you describe as tactical, but I think it can rate a bit.
Here's my note. It can relax early. Raging Torrent can find himself in the perfect spot to make his presence felt late. But the 2 horse could have an easy lead and never look back. The problem, it's for Baffert, and you've got JJ Hernandez. But I mean, this is such a big step up in class. Who knows? I mean, he takes the horse that was just an optional claiming, winning by 2 lengths, and now puts him in a grade 1. I mean, he must like this horse.
Yeah, and he also has imagination there, but I just don't think imagination's a sprinter.
I don't like Imagination personally at all. The 3 horse Winterfell, I wasn't a big fan of that horse. Mystik Dan, I still have doubts about Mystik Dan winning the 7 furlong race, but we'll see. The Kentucky Derby winner, which is how great is this card? They've attracted a lot of horses here, which is fantastic with these big purses.
When was the last time a Derby winner showed up at the Malibu?
Right?
Silver
Yeah.
Charm.
Silver, good. That's a good one, Chris.
And before that, Ferdinand.
You remember who rode Silver Charm?
Kent DeSormo?
Nope.
No, Mike
Gary
Smith.
Gary
Gary
Stevens.
That's right. I got a pick 5, Scotty.
All right.
There you go. Same budget. Higher base.
You've got the 9 horse. Oh, I like Seal Team. Pretty dead on the board. I have a note on Seal Team. In fact, 9-2 on the E morning line, tagged as the E long shot. There's value there and legitimate upside. And I don't know that you want to underestimate this horse, but I put this horse is 3 for 3 going a mile and 1/8, guys. 3 for 3 on the turf going a mile and 1/8. This 9, if I don't think, first of all, you got to understand how amazing Johannes is, you guys. Look at, did you see the first 3 lifetime races for this horse? They put this horse on the dirt. Look at this. Did you see that? Look at my note. The first 3 lifetime races. Other than that, this horse broke 11th in its first graded race, a grade 2, broke 11th of 13 horses, and still ended up losing by 2 lengths. Then went on the shelf for 11 months and has came back, win. And then the Breeders' Cup Mile lost by 3/4 of a length, getting second. I mean, this is an absolute. He's amazing. What a great horse this is.
I think this one could definitely break the Oldie Breeders' Cup curse for sure.
I love how I get credit for it, a stat I heard elsewhere.
This is my 9th pick 5 of the year that I played.
The number 6, Dicey Mochara. I would love to see this horse a little bit closer.
I agree on Seal Team as a possible second choice, but I think the 1 Astronomer is working very well and has a long shot look. I will point out, for those of you who have time to go look, they did put out a public, XBTV put out a public work for Johannes on the dirt, where I believe it was up against Big City Lights, a dirt horse, a pretty decent dirt horse, that it just absolutely dusted about a week ago.
Callahan here at Oldie for you. He's 21% off this move and 33 offering second off, but this horse just hasn't won since 2023. I'm just leery on those. I don't know I don't think today's the day. And when you look at win percentage at 8 and really not improving or doing anything there, those are ones for me that are just difficult to kind of get to. I mean, he had that one big win in 23 at Del Mar on the turf at 8 furlongs. I know his GSR goes up and whatnot, but
911 Turbo.
We talked about this in the past. Those GSRs, they get a little stale when they get long in the tooth.
But if Cabo Spirit, who's kind of the other speed here,
Last
the
one to
6
load is
horse,
Seal Team.
doesn't break,
Goes in.
that's how I think it. No, not Cabo Spirit's the 3.
And they're off in the
That would
San
be how I think it
Gabriel.
would happen.
So,
but you see the
Cabo Spirit was out very
Guys,
quickly.
a good
so
break
is
for the
Johannes, and
4-horse
Astronomer has
Johannes.
good pace along the inside.
And
Johannes being taken back.
there is some
Here's
speed. I think
911 Turbo and Seal Team
it's going to be
out
interesting to
widest
see
of
what
all.
the
Me,
jockey
Hermano
does right
Ramon
here. It's going
is
to have
only
to
2.5 or so off
check
the
him
lead.
back a little bit, I would
Then
imagine, and
comes
let those
Dicey
horses
Mochar
go.
toward the back of the field. The two
But
trailers stretch
that's
running Easter
normal.
on the
That's
inside of
normal to
Escape
sit off the
Artist.
pace. So nice ride.
They move by the
Rispoli doing a good
stands
job
and
there.
into the first
Saving
turn,
ground
and
on the
it's
rail. That
Cabo
doesn't bother
Spirit
me.
as expected, setting the
Easter,
pace,
though,
racing a
is the
bit
real
off the
deal.
rail,
I'm surprised
but
this horse went
sprinting
off at
clear to
11
lead
to
it
1,
by
4 to 1
almost
EE
3
morning
lengths.
line.
911 Turbo
But that's
and Johannes
Cabo
are
Spirit
head
on the
and head,
lead.
second and third, and they're
Yes.
followed by Seal Team fourth, 5 lengths off the lead.
I wasn't a fan of
Me,
Cabo
Hermano
Spirit.
Ramon
This
is
goes to
next,
show you how
followed by
deep this field is,
Astronomer,
because
Dicey
Cabo
Mochar.
Spirit's a nice horse, but
Easter is a
I
little
don't
bit
think he's at
eager.
this
He's
level.
tugging a bit along the inside of Escape Artist. 8 lengths covers the field down the back stretch, and it's Frankie Dettori and Cabo Spirit carving out the fractions, a length and a half. 911 Turbo in second.
Johannes ended up getting
at
off
the
at 1 to
rail,
5, guys.
joined by Seal
Yep.
Team in
The
between
9's in a great
horses.
spot.
Was only 2.5 or
9
so
is, yeah,
off
and the
lead
4
as
is
the
mired at
field
the rail, and
moves
there's the
into
9. I
far
mean,
turn.
3 for
Me,
3 at the
Hermano
distance.
Ramon is outside of them. Then
And
Dicey
getting first
Mochar
run,
asks
there's
for
the
a bit
7 on the
more.
outside.
Astronomer has lost some
Me,
ground.
Hermano Ramon,
Easter
who's
is
decent as
7 lengths
well.
off the lead, and
And
another 3 to Escape
Rispoli is
Artist. They're
sitting
a
in a
quarter of a mile
stay
from home.
patient.
Seal Team in between horses. Me, Hermano Ramon running a big race. Johannes
And
swings to the
okay,
outside.
come on,
Cabo
come on,
Spirit is down
Umberto.
at the rail. They're a furlong from the finish.
Come
And
on, let's
Johannes
go.
very
Pick him up and
confidently
put him
handling
down.
the
There
outside,
you go.
has cruised up to Seal
Look at
Team
how
and
nice.
Me, Hermano Ramon. It's
Nice.
Johannes
That was the
taking care
one.
of business.
So what
The
I said in the
superstar wins the
chat
San
when somebody
Gabriel.
asked about it
Me,
today,
Hermano Ramon was
I said,
second. Then it was
if there are
Seal
10
Team
horses
in a
running
photo
today
with
that
an
ran in the Breeders'
oncoming
Cup,
Easter.
one will win, and
What a
this is the
year
one I think will
for
win.
Johannes.
You were right, Oldie. The 4 was a lock there.
That horse didn't get the perfect trip either, guys.
No,
Really?
it's not a great trip.
Perfect trip. He got inside, but fully got him outside, and we found that he kind of had something there in the stretch to be able to go. And the
And
9.
I'm not going to suggest that Rispoli did anything wrong, but
No.
But what I'm saying is, though, he didn't do anything great there either, because Johannes is just that good of a horse, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he almost won that Breeders' Cup race. I mean, what was he, a head back, a neck back?
Number 4,
something like that?
Johannes was first. 7, Me, Hermano Ramon finished
Extremely
second. 9,
unlucky.
Seal Team third. And 2, Easter was fourth.
So my 11 horse at Gulfstream is currently at 5 to 1.
Okay, well, let's flip over back to Gulfstream Fairgrounds.
Real quickly before we do that, I did have a note on that 7, by the way, too. So this is the kind of stuff that you'll get. I think Brad just texted me and said he's making an update any minute to the site too. So, but yeah, that was a very confident ride. But all right, let's get to Gulfstream. Let's get to Gulfstream Park, race number 10. Let's see here. Can you switch us over on the feed, Chris?
Getting there right now.
And all right, let's run the race simulator. All right, so the pick 4 is 3 for 3 with many horses. There's Brad. Hey, Brad, great to see you always. So how many horses do we have at Santa Anita in the first pick 4 we did?
I believe it's 2, 6 through 8.
That's pretty nice.
And we also moved on in the
pick 6
pick 6
and pick 5.
Yep.
Okay, let's get it all. Why not?
But your E top pick here is at 5 to 1. It's top pace by a lot. Here that at 5 furlongs, I just don't know that there's the pace here for the two to get up.
Like,
2 to
how
1.
are you? Please explain to me how you're supposed to catch this 11 horse, please. How is this horse getting off at such big odds with Jaramillo aboard? And a horse that's 12% to win is the favorite right now. Wow. Am I missing something? Am I being punked right now?
I don't know, but I would think that if the 11 doesn't win, the 8, it's probably because it stops and the 8 just picks up the garbage too. Perfectly capable with Breen of sitting there and picking up the trash, so to speak.
Okay, so last time out, the 2-horse broke dead last, went to the
They're
7
about to
path.
break, Scotty.
Oh, they are? Okay, let's go to it.
Runners away. From the outside, Vindicate Cha-Cha, quick off the blocks, and she's cleared all the inside traffic already and leads by 3 over West Loop, who's away in second. Mojave Desert moves up and around rivals, up to the inside, and Definite Diva to the top flight. Away mid-flight is Weekend Rags, then wait till midnight hour. She's going to have to tap on the brakes, passed outside by Up For It. Down at the inside goes Wise and Elegant, then Deflection and Let Her Run. To the far turn they go. The leader, Vindicate Cha-Cha. Fleet of foot under Jaramillo, 3 furlongs from home and 4 on top. From the inside, Definite Diva tries to go get her with Mojave Desert alongside. Tipping and moving up on the outside is Weekend Rags, 2 back to Up For It. The favorite has too much to do. Off the turn and the stretch drive, Vindicate Cha-Cha. She's still in front, but her strides are shortening. Definite Diva fires through at the inside. Late run from Weekend Rags on the outside. Weekend Rags is finishing up and done. Weekend Rags getting up on it. Weekend Rags outkick Definite Diva. Vindicate Cha-Cha is third in 54 and 3.
Right there.
Way to go, Kerry.
So the 4 winning there is a pick 5 carryover into tomorrow. It's late pick 5 at Gulfstream.
Yeah.
That horse, Space 10 Henry, is who's your
daddy?
I wanted to say that, but it didn't seem like it was right. So,
I will tell you, if you talk to people from Indiana, I had a lot of friends that went to the University of Indiana, and that's what the Purdue fans used to chant at them because of the Hoosiers.
yeah.
So it's kind of like, who's your daddy?
All right. Well, who do you guys like here at race number 9 at Fairgrounds?
Race 8.
Sorry, race 8. Race 8, yes.
Race 8. Let's look at Justin's notes. Let's look. So Chase's Magic boasts a strong 83 GSR. That is for a maiden special weight group here. The horse has had 1 past performance and got a 2nd place finish. The win percentage goes up, facing easier. Comes back at the same distance where pace is super important. And, I find guys that a lot of times, let's look at how this is going to run, but these second-time starters just get beat so many times. The ones that run good in their first race, but this horse does seem to control everything from start to finish. And it seems to me like speed's been holding over at Fairgrounds. Have you guys noticed that?
For sure.
Yes.
You are correct, sir. Yeah.
So, the race simulator has that horse, and then, a horse like the 1. Well, let's look at the speed. The 1 horse, it's an interesting first-time starter. Very interesting because it's got a really good pace number, and so. Oh, there's a note here. Fanatical could surprise at a price. I agree, and the horse is working out really good too. I would watch this 1 horse very carefully. It might be very sneaky. It's got a top pace number, a decent win percentage, and you have another first-time starter. Interestingly, at 3-2 EE Morning Line, a gun runner for Brad Cox, and a lot of times these horses get overbet. I like the ones that have higher GSRs. Oldie, look at this. The GSR is, a low 58. It's not like it's like all that. It's not like it's a really, really well bred. It might be worth trying to beat. Connections are probably getting this horse bet.
Well, I just want 210 here. I probably should have used the 1, but the ticket generator was screaming at me even when I singled the 1 and reconfigured. It wouldn't add here either, so I just stuck with the ticket generator.
I have a pick 3 starting here. $10 base, 2 with 5, 7, 11 with 1. $30.
Yeah. And I do think
So,
that next race is wide open.
and the other one you can't ignore. I mean, for me, I think it's between those horses. You're looking at the 10, you're looking at the 9. The 9 horse is Asmussen's horse. So with Jose Ortiz, and they are a paltry jockey trainer win combination of 35%.
Well, Jose winning at a crazy number here at Fairgrounds.
Yeah.
It's got close to 30.
Again, I'm going to go with the first time starters between the 1, the 10, the 9. For me, I'm going to take the one that has the higher pace number by far, and that's the 1. I have a feeling this horse can run Fanatical. And think about it, just on the betting. I mean, you've got the 10, you've got the 9, and this one horse is taking every bit of action that those are. And right, and the horse has a good GSR. In fact, the one horse has the second top GSR in the field.
Yeah, 46% on the win line at 2-1 is attractive for me, but I've got to wait here because this is Fairgrounds, and you got to see what the computers do. And this horse could easily go from it's up to 7-2 now. It could even easily go to even money or 4-5 as we get into the game.
I don't know that it will. I mean, it could, but I don't know. I mean, there's you've got some what appears to be decent first time starters, guys.
There are, and the 10, the gun runner you mentioned for sure. I just, I'm not going to deal with that post.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick pit stop before the race. I'll be right back.
Okay, so Chase's Magic ran very, very good last time out. Let's take a closer look. The trouble line, nothing. Rated very nicely. Probably going to have there's going to be, because of the post draw now, and there's way more horses in this race, the horse is forced to go. So if it clears early, that's great, but it looks like the 1's very fast. I wouldn't be surprised if the 1 horse actually cleared in this race.
I wouldn't be surprised if the 1 horse breaks into the ring.
Yeah.
First time starters do that. The 1 post isn't my favorite spot for first time starters, especially in large fields.
Yeah. Well, again, that's why the 1's probably going to ascend, and it looks like the 1's fast enough. And a lot of times you can see that by some of the gate drills. If we look, well, first of all, here's a gate drill here on December 15th, and held his own and then some while working with company. That's a good sign.
Sure.
And look at it, 4 of 141 here. This horse is training phenomenally. Bill Walden's 15%. Can you hear the sound of Fairgrounds? I've got it up, Chris.
I turned it up. There you go.
First time starter.
All right, time that perfectly.
Can you hear it, Scotty?
Yep, we can hear it now. Thank you.
Marcelino Mendoza Jr., Chase's Magic was second here on debut. Jose Ortiz with Klein Howard.
See where the late money goes.
Mendez, first time starter. Magical Wish, facing up to the game.
5-1 on the 1. I'll take that.
Gunmetal went well. Now Magical Wish. Jose Guerrero with Thermostat.
There goes the 5. 1 is completely relaxed in the gate. The 2 is completely relaxed in the gate. There goes the 6 horse.
7 first time starters.
2-1.
One more.
And 1 more on the outside. That's the 11 horse.
Buddy Farm.
Shadow Coast.
That's 6 furlongs.
The break pretty much tells most of the story here. Let's see what happens from the break.
Here we go.
1 broke like a rocket.
Gunmetal broke sharp. Here's the inside.
10 broke very good as well. All the horses we talked about broke well, but the horse on the lead is the 9, the Steve Asmussen horse.
Outside, Gunmetal Windstar White. Here's the inside is Fanatical.
10 is sitting in a perfect position on the outside. 2's in between horses because the 11's showing some speed.
6 and 6.
And the jockey's on the brakes. The 1 looks completely relaxed on the rail, you guys.
Highway 25 with Arkin Sauce for the inside Magical Wish and the 1 go
The
back.
1 Fanatical got bet to 7-2. Whatever this horse does doesn't matter to me. I'm going to follow this horse back. 2's done. Completely toast.
Yeah,
We talked about those second-time starters often burn money.
To the top of the fairground stretch. while 2 clear from Fanatical. Shuttle streaks away in 4th.
And it's 2-horse race, guys, between the 9 and the 10. Look at the big guys. Here comes Gunmetal, the 10-horse, and Steve Asmussen's 9-horse on the inside.
Gunmetal. It's Gunmetal.
Prime Power. And they are fighting. The 1-horse is going to have to sell for 3rd, but the favorite is going to win. The betting was good.
Not favorite. Late money went to the went elsewhere. The 10 ended up at 3-1.
10. Look at 10-9-1. Again, I'm going to remind everybody. It's so often that happens where a horse that runs so good in the first race burns money the second time out. I don't know what it is, but you can see this horse drew inside, and there was 3 first-time starters that were faster than that horse.
Yep.
And the horse just didn't have a good trip. And that horse went off at 2-1, 46% to win. You can look for that.
I'm going to go with my choice, Scotty. Never seen a second-time starter I didn't like.
Oh man, I give me a second-time starter that broke badly and was expected to run good and didn't. Give me that. Those are the second-time starters I'll take.
Fair enough.
Right, but 10 wins. We didn't run the race simulator, but let's actually run the race simulator real quick. We've got 14 minutes before Santa Anita, but the race simulator had the 2-horse and the 1-horse. But in fact, it wasn't those horses that had the lead. It was the 9 and the 10. But you can't be perfect on the race simulator with these first-time starters. But
no, but I can get my $30 bucks back on.
But watch what I'll do. If I eliminate this 2, then kind of watch what happens. Now all of a sudden, right? So sometimes it's giving these horses, they get these big numbers in the first races, and it throws everything off. But then now look at it. If you throw out the 2-horse, the race simulator has the 1, 9, and 10 right there. Look at that.
Well,
okay.
I'm all in the next, so I've at least made my single of Who's Your Daddy matter in like 4 there.
Good. Let's hit up Santa Anita and the Malibu Stakes, you guys. This has obviously been a staple at Santa Anita for a long, long time. Raging Torrents getting bad. We talked about this. Pilot Commander. Do you think that Raging Commander and Detoria will try to send for the lead or sit off the 2-horse, or probably wait to see if the 2 breaks good for Bob Baffer? Because Baffer most likely is sending under Hernandez on the rail, but that's a huge, huge step up for an optional claiming 50,000. And now you're going to be facing, the likes of a horse like Raging Torrent, who won the Pat O'Brien Grade 2, going this same distance over at Del Mar. But here's the thing, though, that stretch is shorter. And so it did favor Raging Torrent. So whereas now you can have a horse like the 7, I'm taking the 7-horse Stronghold, just to be clear, who, because of the Santa Anita stretch, I think the 7-horse could run very, very well here on the cutback and distance and has the class.
I'm 2, 6, 7, 8.
Hit refresh, Scotty.
Let's see.
Because I see Brad's update. If you.
Okay.
Refresh.
Oh, good.
That's a bad update.
Yeah.
It's working good for me. Maybe Brad just put it through so that it worked nicely for me.
Let's see here. Okay. Let's go to race number. We're in race number 8.
It
Okay.
looks like you might have admin on also.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Okay. Here we go.
You guys are seeing all the inside baseball.
Yeah, exactly.
Admin.
All the tips and
You're
tricks.
getting the insides. Okay.
And secret sauce.
So what was the update? Just it's only showing 8 races now?
It should be, yes. So and the switch is actually there for
So
but
it
it's
gives
not
you the
actually
ability.
showing all yet.
Okay.
Yeah, these are 3-year-olds. So you're.
So imagine, okay, so here we go. So you can go like this and you can see all 10. Or if you go like this, it shortens it to 8.
Yep.
Good job, Brad.
The 8-pack.
Yeah. Okay.
Little hand for Brad there, but
Yeah, good job, Brad. How about Brad's graphics? Look at him.
Brad is awesome.
UI, UX, front end, back end. Brad does it all.
Yes, I mean he answers my text quickly. When I can't get into the EEVM because I fat figured the password, because it's like 37 characters and it makes no sense, and I panic before shows. But yeah, all good there. But I dropped Scotty. I mean, Winterfell, I had some interest in here, but I dropped the single digit ones and just was pretty much Captain Obvious with
guys. Is Mystik Dan getting too much action? By the way, real quickly before you answer that, you guys you can click on this QR code right here and get a free EquinEdge 3 free races a day. And so if you're new and you want to try it out, it's easy to do, and you can check out what all the buzz is about. They're in the paddock right now over at Santa Anita, and then let's just click on this real quickly
right now.
so people can see it.
I just think there could be some vulnerability.
And Scotty, when you get a chance, also show our will pays for our pick 4 too.
Okay, that's a good point.
Over the track really well.
There's a 5. Let's take a look at the 6, 7, and 8 real quickly, and then we'll go to the will pays. So there's Mystik Dan. There's your Kentucky Derby winner right there. Mystik Dan, who hasn't been seen since June in the Belmont, where he was an also ran.
He had the one over a 3 furlong.
There's the 7 Stronghold, has had 3 straight layoff lines, but this horse has been training legendary in the mornings.
I liked his work.
Yeah, Scott, he was banned to Santa Anita. He did have a layover.
He was working outside of kind of a pair of horses. He was working by himself, and then he picked up
real quickly to do that. But
yeah,
Scotty, which of the 3 people on the screen picked Mystik Dan to win the Kentucky Derby?
I think you did, didn't you?
I sure did.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was 18 to 1 on Mystik Dan. Yeah, the thing is, though, this isn't a 10 furlong race, 9 furlong race. Like, they had shortened the Belmont to 10 furlongs this year. So, but
they had to.
Yeah, this is 7 furlongs though, and it's going to be, I don't know. I at 3 to 2 right now. I'll like I said, I'll stick with Stronghold to 7.
I'm with you. I have that. I have Stronghold for sure in my pick 5, but I ditched the 3 and the 5 and have all the other ones. So, getting Mystik Dan would kind of be a bummer, but I would love to have Stronghold, and I totally get your point with that one. And he's taking money as well. He's getting bet.
Mm-hmm.
Oldy, what are your thoughts on Mystik Dan? I think that's the key. Do we believe or do we not believe?
I mean, I know that McPeak believes that, that not only is this, potentially a super horse, but, that the horse in the time off has matured, and that there was a before and after photo I saw as to how much weight the horse and muscle the horse has put on. So, I don't know that I hate a sprint for the first time off the shelf for a horse like that.
Yeah.
Coming back. But, if it was 6 furlongs, I probably would have more of a problem with it. 7 with the coming out of the chute and everything like that, I think provides enough there for Mystik Dan. It's just a matter, as with any race, where when you're not the speed is, will that speed stop? If the speed keeps going, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, I read that Kenny said that they almost pigeonholed this horse into a sprinter and took him off to the Derby Trail. That was a DRF article that with that. So he did sprint early, and Kenny says he's fast. And I expect him to be up there on the pace, barring a bad break.
Well, that would set it up for Stronghold or Winterfell then, if that were to happen.
Yeah. It all depends on the time. But Santa Anita speed looks to be doing pretty good today.
And I also would say that I don't like Stronghold going 7 furlongs. I think Stronghold's a 2-turn horse. Would be my, I used it defensively, but, I really think that's a 2-turn horse.
Let's see. Let's run the race.
Run the race.
Not surprisingly, the 2 and the 8 could be 3 or 4 lengths in front of the rest of them in the beginning. I won't be surprised. But But with the longer stretch at Santa Anita, not really long, it's fair. It obviously plays to speed, but it doesn't look like both Mystik Dan and Stronghold are going to be too far back. And if the 2 and the 8 do duel, and they might, I don't think they're going to be relaxed. Then the only closers really here are the 6 and the 7. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
But it's either that or the 2 and the 8 go all the way. I don't think I think we talked about this earlier, and I put a good note on Raging Torrent. If the 2 breaks slow for whatever reason, then good luck catching the 8 Raging Torrent. But we don't know what's going to happen early. But they're both reliable to break good. Look, I mean, that's not going to be an issue with either one of them. They're always near the lead or on the lead at the first call.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And Raging Torrent loves 7 furlongs.
Yep, no doubt. Earned 350,000 over 400, or of his 500. Excuse me, earned 350,000 going 7 furlongs in the dirt. That's 350,000 of the 490,000 total money earned. So clearly, like 7 furlongs in the dirt.
Yeah, Mystik Dan, I think, is just better than that horse. I think that they went 4.5. Mystik Dan beats that horse.
Well, I'll tell you, the Will Pays and the Pick 4 are better on Mystik Dan than they are on Raging Torrent.
Of course they are. Well, that's not true. You're saying that that Torrent is a shorter price than Mystik Dan in the Pick 4.
Yes, correct. Not by much, but about $77, $78 difference.
That isn't much at all. That's about the same in a Pick 4.
But still, it's probably 1 to 2 tickets. But
so okay, let's look at the Will Pays and the Pick 4. Who do we have? Oldy?
2, 6 through 8.
So we have 2.
Same thing I do.
Yeah, same thing that's on the screen right now.
7, 8. Okay. So Will Pays, Pick 4. These are pretty nice payoffs, actually.
That's my pick. I think you put mine up, Oldie. That's the Pick 5.
But why is it not showing? Hold on here. Oh, hold on. Let me. Oh, that's not my screen. Whose screen is that?
That's your screen, Chris. Hold on.
That's mine. I'm not.
There's yours, Scotty.
Okay. There it is.
So pretty good all around.
I would say, right? I mean, 6, 7, and 8. Even Mystik Dan is $403. That's not exactly like for a big favorite at 6% to win. You guys, that's not really like. Look at the 8. The 8's paying the lowest in this. That's
yeah.
In these Will Pays, that's pretty telling. I think that what, if they're smart on the 8, and we maybe they'll give us some inside information, but if they're smart, they're sending this damn 8. If they're smart, they're praying because the jog Hernandez might be looking at the 2 horse going, oh, he can rate some. Right, because he's rated the last couple of times.
I would guess one of the 3 Bobs is going. It could be Imagination. I don't think it's Winterfell, but
there's no way Imagination, Oldie, is as fast as Raging Torrent. Not even possible. You will no way.
I agree, but I think one of them's going to attempt to go. I think it's probably Pilot Commander, but
it's 1,000%. Well, well, I mean, Pilot Commander is just faster. Imagination is not all that fast. It's really not. Look, it's been going distances. Pilot Commander has been sprinting and getting the lead. Raging Torrent has been sprinting, getting the lead. That's a big difference. Imagination doesn't have that kind of speed. That horse.
Imagination had not a good effort at 7 furlongs in the Woody Stevens as well on 6-8.
Yeah, I mean, and look, that horse was 7 lengths back at the first call. The problem with this horse for me is when Imagination has run its best, it's been doing it near the lead, and it just can't be near the lead here. That's why I don't like the 5 at all. I think the 5 is getting overbet. I really do.
You can count on Rosario breaking last. You're right, Bluegrass Dan, but he's the best finisher in the business. with my quotation fingers here. The race sim really does not like this 3-winner fell. It has it over 4 lengths back at first call.
Yeah.
And then 4 lengths
the
back.
three horse.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised that horse is getting so much action as well. I mean, this horse is super cheap. They're taking their shot, but I mean, you just beat a cheap non-graded stakes field over at Laurel Park coming from 10 lengths back. Do you think you're going to be able to finish this against this field from that far back? No.
Especially with the way the track's playing today too.
Yeah.
But
Bapper takes over. I don't see it.
And I believe, and you guys would have to correct me if I'm wrong, but Laurel much longer stretch than Santa Anita.
Yeah. That's a good point too. I would imagine Laurel does have a pretty good stretch, Oldy. Yeah, good call. Okay. Let's go. Let's get to the race. Chris, do you have the sound? Can you put the sound on? It's probably on, right?
It should be. Let me go click over there.
And again, for people who have just tuned in, can you please push the like and subscribe? It helps the channel get good placement within the YouTube search, as well as Scotty's giving away free EE. So scan the QR code, join up, get your 3 free races a day if you're not already using EE, and see what the product's all about. We look forward to potentially having you using the product. So again, free QR.
You're right, Oldie. And there are day passes, there are the weekend, monthly passes, there's the annual. There's all kinds of choices in there to go take a shot. You can go get one track. You can go get all the tracks for one day. Plenty of options to sign up and join the coaching class. I should mention that as well. We do have one coming up tomorrow night. I will drop
approaching the gate
chat, and we're going to have Matt on in a couple of weeks. I will tweet that out. So those of you that have bought the book, have got questions on betting and things like that, feel free to join. There's the link in the chat. You can sign up for tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Also, let me add that tomorrow we have the Road to the NHC with Scotty and 2022 NHC champion David Harrison. So, we're going to keep these shows rolling. You'll also see probably this weekend a few video previews from us.
It's
with some of our picks as well.
Grade 1 Malibu.
And then we have the stretch run on Saturday as well.
2 p.m. Eastern, right, Oldie?
Sounds right to me, yeah.
2 p.m. Eastern, all the tracks, all the fun, all the good stuff.
As McDonald's used to say,
they're loading in the gate for the Grade 1 Malibu Stakes. Traditional opening day feature here.
Guys, what else would we do on a day like this? Opening day at Santa Anita.
Derby winner, Mystik Dan.
Work till 5 and then work till 5, Scotty, and then join the show. That's what I did.
Stronghold.
Perfect.
Winner of the Santa Anita Derby.
And I'll say I'd probably be watching the races anyways, and then
Raging Torrent in the
hoping
purple to complete the line.
that since the Bears are completely eliminated, that they lose tonight and don't ruin the better.
And they're off in the Malibu.
I want look at the 7 breaking like it did. I want the 2 to go though. That's a great,
sprinting up.
really good that the 7 broke so good like that, but yet didn't rush. And this is what I was hoping for. We needed the 2 to go.
Mystik Dan broke on the pace, but is settling 7 off them, and another 2 to Winterfell.
This hurts the 8. Absolutely, the 8 is all out right now to keep up with the 2.
Past the 5/8 pole in charge.
So this sets it up for Mystik Dan on the rail, but it also sets it up right now advantage to Stronghold guys who ended up drifting up 9-2.
Imagination looks live.
Yeah, got bet down too.
They're heading
I'd be
into the
surprised.
far turn behind Pilot Commander, who takes the Malibu field past the 3/8 pole in front by a length and a half. Frankie Dettori getting after Raging Torrent, trying to close the gap in second. Imagination traveling kindly at the rail in third. Stronghold makes his move on the outside. It's a gap of 5 to Winterfell. Nothing yet from Mystik. Dan, they pass the quarter pole and turn for home. Pilot Commander's been there every step of the way. There's room for Imagination coming through as Stronghold puts
Come
his
on,
head in
Stronghold,
front on
go.
the outside. They're in the final furlong, and it's Raging Torrent. Stronghold coming gamely after him, and down at the rail, Imagination. Raging Torrent by 2 past the 16th pole, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Stronghold was second,
8-7, you
Imagination
guys.
third in front of Pilot Commander.
Well,
Taylor
and
ran good
Winterfell.
off those 3 layoff lines. Son of a gun, like just could not do it. Not just very difficult.
Well, you know, the actual sprinter in this race beat the routers
Yeah,
in a sprint.
yeah.
But boom, our pick 4 hit.
4
Boom.
hit, no doubt about it. Still alive. 7 would have been even nicer on the will pays. I think the 7 was paying $5.92, but that's still a hit. It's good. You got
There we
it,
go.
John.
There's our boom.
John got that. Thank you for that. Connor got that.
There you go, Oldy.
Man, I really like that 7, but like it's tough to overcome 3 straight layoff lines and beat a grade 1 group. But we talked. Listen, we talked about the will pays, and I don't think people look at will pays enough. You guys look everything on the will pays from the daily double to the pick 3 to the pick 4 is the lowest to the 8.
That's all I look at, Scotty. And that's one of the best things you added to the site. I don't have to flip to another screen to see it.
Yeah.
If I can get that betting calculator one day, that'll make my life even easier. But, you know, I add stuff to your list all the time. I know that. But that really helps me because, you know, I don't play anything pretty much longer than pick 3, and most of my stuff is all doubles these days, just because I've been trained by my Breeders' Cup guys. So,
And boom to Tony there, Anthony Kwan.
Yeah.
$5 try, $20 exacta.
and I love it, man. Playing just because they offer a 50-cent pick 3 doesn't mean you have to play it at 50 cents, right? Have an opinion, play it for more, and when you have an opinion and you get it, you get paid a hell of a lot more than just spread, and you get the minimum.
I told you guys that Mystic Dan was vulnerable in here. I mean, that is asking a lot to be off that long and face some of the biggest.
Scotty, we got an
inquiry. Tell me it's the 8. What did the 8 do? Did he cut off the horses on the inside? I'm sorry. Guys, I'm rooting for the 7. I don't care.
Yeah, Scotty, he just got tingly because the 7.
Yeah, I did. Did anybody?
I thought it was the 2 that.
Anybody see the head? Now you can
one.
clear these. Look where the 8 is. The 8 was like in the 4 path, and all of a sudden now he's in the 2 path. Look, I mean, you can right there, just from there, like he obviously cuts.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take note that the stewards have determined that this inquiry does not involve the unofficial winner, number 8, Raging
There you
Torrent.
go.
There we go.
There goes that.
This inquiry does not involve the winner.
Thanks a lot, Frank.
Stewart, the steward, and the stewards were all correct.
Okay, listen, we only have a few minutes here. At the toughest track there is, period. There's not even enough for argument, guys. Turfway Park is an absolute beast. And you want to look at Jake's notes. So look, put average works over the track. I would not count this one out, but don't single. So he's saying do not single the 1 horse. I don't know. Well, we're not going to single this horse, I don't think, Jake. But that's a good note. Watch. But he has some phenomenal ones. And we're just going to go here. Okay. The E, second pick, change of surface and second time out looks to make a difference in this filly. So he's got a real positive note on the 5 horse. So you might want to take a look at the 5 horse right now, who's 7-1. So matching. I find, guys, that when the EE morning line is right on, that those things win. Like it for something about it. I'd be looking at the 5 based on the note, Look what he puts here on the 6 horse, 1 to watch. This horse is 7 to 1 right now, only 2%. But so I'm writing that down. 5, 6. The 5 horse is the EquinEdge second pick. But Jake is no joke, guys. We know that. The team knows that. I think this filly runs a big one. That's the 9. She's 6 to 1. Okay. So far I'm doing a 5, 6, 9 exacta box. Lannery takes the mount, which is an upgrade from the last outing. EE long shot with a slight chance. That's not endorsing. Maybe the change in surface will put her in the winner. We got to have Jake on, guys. By the way, actually, Chris, let's make a note to do that, guys.
Yeah.
So we actually had
introduce everybody to Jake.
We actually had something lined up with him, and he had a work thing come up. So he really is excited about coming on and wants to come on. So.
Well, we got fairgrounds going off here in
now
a few minutes, or unless they're
are you? Oh, that's right. We need to go there because you're alive to whom?
All here.
Oh, okay. You really handicapped your ass off on this race.
Yeah. Thank you, Brad.
He didn't
exactly get what I needed yesterday.
Brad's a bigger name.
They're getting ready to go.
Brad, Justin, and I are in a fantasy football league together. They joined up with an existing league that I've been in for 20 years. So.
Yeah, I saw that, Lou. That 5 got bed down late.
1 or 9 would be nicer.
Third one, having nothing, Jane Menard Memorial Stakes. Fast start for a accomplished girl who rockets out for Jared Butler. Good speed off ramp from Laurel. There's Speedy Traveler in the Rigby red with a white cap making a bid to head them off. It's Speedy Traveler for High Torres. Speedy Traveler takes the top, angles over. Off ramp tight with the round past the half-mile pole. Running with the boys coming with a bid as they round the far turn. Accomplished girl running in 4th.
I can handle this 11.
Is running second to last, and all I want is you. Has dropped back to last. The opening quarter 22.19 seconds. Speedy Traveler. It's Speedy Traveler who leads by 3. From running with the boys, over coming with a bid now. Off ramp with accomplished girl.
Keep going, 11.
These Phillies Bears have streamed away through the final quarter of a mile. Speedy Traveler. Speedy Traveler getting those left-handers for Jaime. Speedy Traveler slightly shifting about as he comes down from the final 16.
5's going to get him.
Champion. Bears down out. Speedy Traveler off ramp. Running with the boys. Accomplished girl looking to join at the finish. Here comes Overy. David Cohen. Overy. Speedy Traveler. Overy on the outside. Big time from Speedy Traveler. And the nuts Memorial Stakes. Running with the boys.
Favorite gets the win. Chris, can you put up the sound on, and I'll put up Fairgrounds, or not Fairgrounds, but Turfway Park, please?
Sure.
So Jake put some pretty good notes on the 5, 6, and 9.
5, 6, and 9.
And they're off.
Mom's cheesesteak is showing pleasure. And also there, races La Lily. And also up close standby for takeoff. And here comes Brooklyn Can Dance, really firing into the scene. She picks up the running. Brooklyn Can Dance from standby for takeoff. La Lily's in the 3rd spot. Then Citizen and Judy. And along the inside comes the.
Maybe you wanted to single the one there.
Quickly into 4th.
Oh, there's a big carryover. Thank you, Rodney, for that reminder, actually. Yeah, absolutely. Guys, let's make sure we do that.
They're doing that back to Western Woman. Western Woman. There's a lot of work to do. There's some
for the pick 6 or pick 5. I think it's the pick 5.
Pick 6. Here comes Francis Stanley and Citizen Judy's gearing up to the far outside. Stand by for takeoffs back to 4th. Then the Lily Mom's Cheesesteak Western Woman. They're in the lane. Here comes Francis Stanley. And here comes Citizen
Come on,
Judy.
one. Hold on.
Hang up on Brooklyn Can Dance, still has the lead. Francis Stanley with a 16 to push on by.
Hold on, one.
The outside. Brooklyn Can Dance maintains her lead in deep stretch. Brooklyn Can Dance is the opener.
I think he had a note on that horse too, didn't he, Oldie?
Yeah, that was the one that he said he liked it, but don't single it.
Okay, so we have Santa Anita coming up in 20 minutes, so we actually have a little bit of time. Why don't we do a pick six over here?
Sure.
Big carryover.
You do a pick six. What's your budget? 5,000?
Well, it just depends if I want a handicap or not. If I don't want a handicap, okay, there we go. So let's first thing we need to do is make sure that we're looking at Jake's notes in each leg. So we'll just start here in race number 4.
Chris, as a joke, I put 5,000 in, and the ticket generator came up with a $4,320 ticket.
So it still might not hit. I mean, the Turfway is ridiculously crazy.
All right, let's look here.
Let me ask Jake if there's a single.
Yeah, it was the horse in the last race in the pick 7. The old Arlington pick 7.
Pick
It
8.
only tried for years and years to hit.
It was a pick 8.
Oh,
I only played it when the carryover got over about 45K. It paid like an average of, when it hit the last year, like an average of $80,000.
Yeah, the carryover, Rodney, I believe at Turfway requires a single ticket.
Yeah, so you got to come up with something crazy anyways.
Yeah. You got to throw out you get 3 favorites and not happening. Or 3 favorites and then just drop the top 4 and something silly like that.
48, nope. Just single all the Scotty long shots.
Jake doesn't have a lot of notes tonight.
We had that a few years ago, Scotty. Remember when the 5 Scotty long shots won at Pimlico?
I don't remember that. No.
No, you did a show. It was 5 straight Scotty long shots. I think it was.
Yeah, I remember that.
Crazy. Jake singled the 12 here. Put that in your pipe.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Where? In this race here?
The 12, Anthony. Be more specific. It's Turfway, so you get a lot of 12s.
Yes.
Flatterer, thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Be like Flatterer. Hit the like button.
I mean, I see something I like.
I don't see any notes for Jake, and other than the first race.
Maybe they haven't shown up yet. I don't know. I kind of like the 10 Magic Bet or Betty in race 5.
Race 5 to 10. Let's see.
He said 12 in race 4. His pick
hold
5
on.
ticket. He singled a 12 in race 4.
Let's see here. Okay, so he's had the flu. He's been sick as a dog.
Who? Justin?
No, Jake.
Oh.
He said going to single it. Single dog, I say, but it was going to single it. Would be the 4 horse in the 6th race, and a chance single. He said is the 3 horse in the 5th. He said the 6th race needs to be covered.
Well, he did single the 12 in his bet share that he put out on the WhatsApp in race.
That was in an early pick 5.
Well, that's the early pick 5, which is
which race in the 5th race?
In race 4, he singled the 12, according to Anthony.
Okay, well, I don't know about that. He didn't mention it. but he is saying that the 3 horse in race number 5 is a little hottie. So maybe that's a horse we have to look at that ran bad over at Keeneland that might blow up the board. So let's make sure that we cover the 3. And the 4 horse in the 6th race, he seems pretty confident about, who's also the top EquinEdge pick, 2-1, 27%. And here's a turfer that's coming on the synthetic and did well in the synthetic the only time actually in her first start here at Turfway Park. So maybe the 4 horse, let's run that, could be a single.
Well, I'm looking at his $168 early pick 5, but he definitely singled the 12 horse in race 4.
Okay.
So, for what it's worth.
All right. So let's see. 1 top pace.
As far as I'm concerned, finding a single or 2 is going to be the key, and then you're spreading because a lot of the winners here just make no sense. So you have to find a race or 2 that you're confident in, especially if you're playing a pick 6. I don't know how you can get away with not finding 2 singles in a pick 6 at this track. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at this. It's showing even the 5 horse at 35-1 EE morning line right there.
You know, just for fun, when you get done with all this, just plug 5,000 in. Let's just see if it hits.
Here's what I will tell you. For the look at, you got Luan Machado on the 4 horse, and look, this horse is going from a 62 SOR down 8 points to a 54, guys, and then going from 6% win to 27%, and from a GSR of 59 to 63, and only lost last time out by 4 3/8 lengths. So that's what you're looking for, right, in a horse, as far as a single goes. All the metrics are going in the right direction. And then you want to look at some of the next choices to go, okay, are they vulnerable? Well, we know the 9 horse is going to be one of the favorites, and it barely won against a maiden group, and now it's facing winners for the first time. I'm just saying, like, those horses, maybe that's a reason to try to beat that horse. Yeah, for me, I am going to play a pick 6, and I'm going to single the 4 for sure.
Well, let me show. I have one. I got two legs I want to go narrow, and I want to single the 10 in race 5.
The 10 in race 5, okay.
And then I am 2-8 in race 8.
And then in race 8, Oldy is 2-8. Okay. Are you looking at this now, or did you actually handicap this prior?
No, I'm looking at this now.
Okay.
And I went with a $300 budget. And
Okay.
I'm spread everywhere else.
Well, the good news is for the Luan Machado fans is there's only one wire at Turfway.
Have we talked about whether we think he really mistook where that is? Because it happened a second time.
The first one he screwed up. The second one, I still don't think that horse would have won. It might have been able to get a better placing, but I don't think it would have won. The first one, I think he screwed up. And look, Bill Shoemaker did that to Kentucky Derby, so it happens.
Yeah. So
guys, if you look at this race number 4 here at Turfway, the 13 is going to have an easy lead. And even though the race simulator shows the horse stopping, it's this type of crap and this type of horse that seems to be winning up there that gets an easy lead. You know, it's just right.
Mm-hmm. Well, the 11, if you want a bomber, another bomber in race 4, I would say the 11 Ironsides would be one you'd have to look at closely. It hasn't run well on the synthetic, though, at Woodbine and at Presskill Downs.
Yeah. I'm just throwing out the 5 and the 13 in the first leg. Second leg, why do we have the 3 horse here? Oh, he said to make sure that we use the 3. I mean, look at the EE morning line. Like, it's spread pretty good, but is the 10 going to get an easy lead? Is the 10 all that? It doesn't even look like it. Possibly the 10 might not even get the lead.
GSR goes up going on synthetic. Which is very rare at Turfway Park, by the way. And it is Wesley Ward. It is with Corrales riding.
Yeah.
Can it be beat? Sure. But I think it's the most logical winner in a sprint where the speed tends to hold a little better.
Yeah.
But
10,
I don't
11,
know.
5, 8.
And it is by one of your favorite sires, Good Magic.
Yeah, I like Good Magic, actually. Look at this horse. Nola Louise, 6-1 in the EE morning line. Only 4% and finishing. Like, that's the type of long shot that wins up there. I mean, that's what you're looking at here. Like, there's no way I'm leaving that horse out. 8 horses at the wire. 12 horses at the wire. 6 horses at the wire.
Oldy, the fairgrounds race quickly. How many metrics was that? 5 or 6 lined up?
So it's win, second Scotty, top win, pace, and GSR. Even though in this case the SOR also matches.
So is that 5 or 6? You're counting with your fingers, but you're not flipping them. I can't count them.
It's 4, but it would be 5 if you count the SOR. But you don't need the SOR to get to the.
All right, I'm getting texts and WhatsApp inquiries.
Hang the inquiry sign.
Well, we don't want to hang it. Not yet.
Guys, I don't know I've only put $224 in here, and it's
yeah, it's not gonna.
I mean, you're pretty thin here in the final 3 races.
Mm-hmm.
Did I just erase that? I did. Hold on, now I got to go back because you had me looking at fairgrounds for a second. So I went with a budget of 300, Scotty, and I got 2, 5, 7, 11, 12 in the last.
2, 5, 7, 11, 12.
But I also just told the ticket generator what I wanted it to do in 2 legs, and then I let it do the rest of the work. And this 11 could win there.
Rodney says, look out for the Indiana shippers to run allowance races that float up in price and win at big odds.
True.
I think the 11 horse is super interesting going on the synthetic for the first time. I mean, look at the metrics here. Those are pretty good. The horse had the inside post in the last 4 draws, and now draws outside. The last time it drew outside, that was 5.5 furlongs, and it barely lost. I'm going to single this horse. Unless that 2 can actually get the lead.
The phone is blowing up.
It can. Why is it blowing up?
Oh, just different people asking questions. I got the guy from Australia that's like, I can't bet this pick 6, but I can do 3 races. Which 3 should I do? It's Turfway, man. I mean, I don't.
Yeah. You could hit the jackpot, or you could be out leg 1.
For sure. You could use 7 horses and be out leg 1. I mean, really. It's the only reason I'm even farting with this right now is because it's worth it. There's you're going to get some prices. We'll have to come back to this. We have plenty of time. Let's go to Santa Anita.
I'm just trying to figure out how many points the Bears are going to get beat by tonight.
Guys, I really I know King of Gosford is going to be tough in here, but I put a really good note on this 5 horse. I don't know if you guys saw this, but 5 wins from 12 lifetime tries. And Stay Hot's been super consistent. He faced King of Gosford, was compromised by a tough trip, stuck behind horses, and I just felt like he has a lot of room for improvement. So, yeah.
Do you think, though, with the scratches here, the King of Gosford might just get an easy lead, even though the pace number to the 6 is close?
The other one that you don't want to ignore, this 8 can run, like for sure. But let's take a look at the race simulator, Oldie. So the 6 is pretty fast, and there's no speed in this race, absolutely none.
Right.
And it's one of the reasons why I like the 8, believe it or not, is because well, we need to look at the 8, guys. Can we look at this race? I want to see how the 8 looks. The 8 was wet as can be last time out, and I wanted to see if she's relaxed. Let's take a look to see if that is her, and I think I can see her there, the 3rd horse in the back. She looks relaxed. She was a mess last time out, broke from the 13 hole, and still was making up ground on them.
Owner Michael Network, he owns a part share in King of Gosford here. He is the favorite. Are you nervous? Are you nervous?
Always. When you're a short price, everybody expects you to perform. So, yeah, I'm definitely nervous.
What were the instructions to Flavio?
First time.
He's looking for the all stakes, graded stakes record in this race. Can he do it?
I sure hope so. I think he's on the right horse. I wouldn't trade with anybody. And the instructions were, you have the keys, do what you want.
Cuts back in distance today. He's 3 for 4 at Santa Anita. I mean, if you could think of one of his weaknesses, what would it be?
Gosh, I don't know. I think this race fits him to a T. He was on the
That
lead
was a
sprinting.
sneaky question.
He's been able
Come
to
on,
sit off
give us
going
the
longer.
insight of where he's
kind of a
where
horse
he's
that can
weak,
do
and we should
anything,
try to beat him.
He's certainly a joy to own.
Michael, you feeling the vibe here at Santa Anita? It's great to see so many people here.
This is the most people I've seen in a long time. You got a huge crowd. They were here early. They're staying late, and it's a great thing for California racing. I hope it continues.
Best of luck here with King of Gosford.
Yeah, you bring the good horses, and they're going to come, guys.
Right.
Like King of Gosford is for sure probably the horse to beat. That being said, Stay Hot's no joke. And I hope they show us. We're going to stay with this screen right now. We can talk about this. Oldie, why don't you talk about what you like in this race?
Yeah, so I was a little different than you here. I also like, besides the 1 and the 5, I did like the 6 and the 9. And, the 6 did not run bad in the Let It Ride at a mile. And I think maybe a true miler. And has some tactical speed, doesn't need the lead. And then, on the 5 does have a better, King of Gosford really is best win was against 58s at Del Mar. So this is a step up in class where Stay Hot, the 5, was running against this and then didn't embarrass himself in a grade 1 either.
Yeah.
And nearly won that grade 1 in the Hollywood Derby. So, I think the price difference between the two isn't where it should be. And then my long shot here was the 9 Lord Bullingdon for Mike and his McCarthy. And, this is another horse that's run well at a mile. If you throw out that American turf, the Transylvanian American turf that were too long for this horse. Second off the layoff from McCarthy, reportedly, based on what the interview I heard with McCarthy, working well. And, he thinks that 11-17 race was sneaky good. So I'm going to go with the trainer on this and take a shot with Lord Bullingdon as my long shot there at 11-1. And I want to highlight, had the speed not scratched out, the 2 horse also is somebody who, is a grade 2 winner in the Twilight Derby at 9 furlongs for John Sheriff. And this horse has a look as well. That in a paceless race, maybe this horse sits closer and is able to steal this race.
Yeah, no, not impossible. I agree. By the way, I'm not going to see the 8. The 8's not wet. So for those of us that are backing this 8 horse, I think the 5's going to win, but I think the 8 can run a really good race in the money. And at a price, you could make some money. And I also agree with Patrick. I think the 1 horse, there's something about this horse. Like, it's a nice horse. But then you look at its past performances, it's burned some money. It doesn't have to win this race. So, you know what I mean? So I like the 5 horse because the 5 horse, they come out of the same Hollywood Derby, and the 5 horse had a horrible trip. So I think the 5 is better than the 1 personally. It really is going to depend on the beginning of the race. If you give the 1 an easy lead, and the 1's getting overbet, but if you give King of Gosford an easy lead, goodbye. But if Hard Headed decides we are sending and we want the lead because that's our best chance, and I wouldn't be surprised if Dettori does that, then all bets are off.
Well, and if you look at the 1, it really did its best running going down the hill. It does have that 1 8-furlong win, but
that's a really good point. You're right. The 3 of the 4 wins are down the hill. Great point. Mm-hmm. Good catch on that.
One betting note, one thing that Santa Anita has done here with the elimination of Golden Gate is you got a $3 late pick 3 here. That pool is up to $166,000.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Super nice. And the late double is at a $5 base. TBG, who I've been betting with for a while now, had been showing $5 will pays throughout the whole card, which threw me off earlier because I wasn't betting $5, but
it's post time for the Mathis Mile.
Here, 174. This thing will probably get over maybe 210, 220.
I don't know how I feel. There's enough $3 pick 3s, the all turf ones. I would have rather seen like a $2 pick 4. To be honest,
$2 pick 4 would be great, but the nice thing with the $3 late pick 3 bets is you get less computer action.
Loading in for the Mathis Mile here at Santa Anita Park on opening day.
Why you don't see them in the doubles?
Cathal and Lord Bullingdon, the last 2 to load.
I'm happy with the way the 8 has come into this race, guys. Her pre-race antics were not there. If she can get a good break out of here, she could be tough. With 6s, we need this. The 2s, we need the 6 to break good. Go 6. Break out of the game.
6 was trying to send before the race even started.
Yeah, exactly.
King of
Go.
Gosford is going out.
Don't give that 1. Come on. Don't give it to. Come on, Dettori.
Hot is in between them, and now
Go to
moves up to take that second
push.
spot. Lord Bullingdon 4 lengths off the lead. Call sign 7 second to last, and Cathal is at the back of the field.
We can see 22-4 quarter, guys.
From that inside post.
That might be enough.
And a half. Titlan is racing in second. They're followed by Stay Hot, tucked in neatly at the rail in third, and Hard Headed is fourth, 4 lengths off them. Lord Bullingdon has made it over to the inside, racing 3 clear of call sign 7 and Cathal. Down the back stretch, King of Gosford leads by a half length. Titlan goes to put some pressure on him now as they sprint toward the half-mile pole. Stay Hot, comfortable in third as they reach the half-mile pole. Then it's Hard Headed in fourth, followed by Lord Bullingdon fifth, 5 lengths off the lead, 2 clear of call sign 7 and Cathal. It's King of Gosford around the far turn. Titlan comes right back at him once again.
Wow, guys.
And at the rail, King of Gosford, nose to nose. King of Gosford.
The 5's got to get out, though. Come on, 5.
Won't go away in second. In the
Where's
meantime,
Come on,
Stay Hot.
Make a
Angles to
run.
the outside with the lime cap. He's had the dream trip as they come to the 8th pole. King of Gosford, a length and a half to Titlan. And Stay Hot on the outside is finishing with a flourish in third, a 16th to go.
Let's go.
King of Gosford clinging to the lead. Stay Hot gives him one.
Come on, 5.
We saw Flavie and Pratt aboard King of Gosford to win the Mathis Mile. Second to Stay Hot in front of Titlan. His 56th graded stakes victory, an all-time record for Flavie and Pratt.
Nice.
Flavian's amazing.
Pratt should get the Eclipse Award this year. Scotty, we're dancing around the gate here at Fairgrounds.
Fairgrounds. Okay, who do we need, Oldie?
The 1.
We need the 1 who's
1 to 5.
7-2 on the morning line and 1 to 5. So Chris obviously was texting somebody who put a lot of money there.
Yeah.
I might have done that, but you will be surprised to know, and this is where the betting becomes important. We talk about this every Friday night. 440 was your winner in the last
King
race.
of Gosford was first, 5 Stay Hot second,
And
2
why do I
third,
say
9
that,
Lord
by the
Bullingdon
way,
was
guys?
fourth.
If you look at the will pays, the 2 is the favorite in the doubles and the pick 3. A significant favorite in the doubles, by the way.
Yes, it is for sure. But you're also getting 7.3 to 1 on this one horse at the 70% algo combo. Here we go.
I hate when it does that, Scotty.
Oldie, are you surprised? I mean, the power of Oldie getting this horse right now at 2 to 5. I mean, how is it even possible with those past performances there that this horse is getting bet to 2 to 5? Like, what's happening here? That's got to be the craziest thing I've ever seen. This horse doesn't look like 8 to 5, let alone 2 to 5.
I would say first name Matt, last name Miller.
He's in Mexico. He is not betting this.
Okay.
I can tell you 100%.
Oldie, would you, if the horse doesn't get the lead, does the horse win?
I think it can, but I would prefer not to have that heart attack moment of hoping for that.
All right, they're in the gate. There's 6 of them.
Here we go. Good luck, everybody. We're all counting.
He broke a little slow. Not terribly slow.
No.
And he is on the lead by about a neck right now.
7's going to get caught wide.
7, that's a brutal trip for the 7. So right now, you've got the 2 favorites. The 2-horse Nom de Plume is sitting chilly on the outside of the one who Hoosier Billy went off at 4 to 5, Oldie, and it's moving nicely. Nice strides on the one.
We need more. We need more
pace too. Maybe running too slow and keeping these other horses in the race.
Nah, very relaxed. Ears are pricked. In fact, moving much better than the 2-horse.
Try my heart out comes probing up the rail, only 2 from the front. They're well grouped.
Right now, Hoosier Billy is about 2 lengths in front and pulling away. The 6-horse on the inside is being asked, but coming at 23 to 1. And the 2-horse is going to end up last. Wow. Okay. Well, you have to ask right now. He hasn't asked yet, to be fair. He's in the lead at the top of the stretch. Jockey just asked right now. The 6-horse at 23 to 1. Hoosier Billy right now going down the stretch, 2 lengths in front.
3 lengths in front now.
3 lengths. Now 4, 5. Big lengths. Oldie, the magic of Oldie now 80%. That's weird.
That's the magic. But Scotty, you might call it the magic of Oldie, but it's really the magic of EE and understanding how the data interacts with each other, and because if you look on your screen, look how terrible the horse looks on paper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No.
Chris said something to me earlier today, like this horse has been finished last or second to last. What was it? 3 out of the last 4 races or something like that.
Yeah.
I just took the 5 and the 11 in the last race and Dutched them to my number and bet it, and I'm all good. I'm ready for football, and
you got 7 to 1 on that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. It's 7 to 1. I mean, you're talking 4 to 5. What was it last race? It was 6 to 5 into 4 to 5, and you're getting 7.3 to 1. I mean, those are the things to look at. Those are the things there. Look, Brad got the exacta 7 to 1 on the exact. Those are the things to look at. I mean, we talk about multi-race wagers, pick 4s, pick 5s, pick 6s, and all that. you can shorten up and make it less difficult on yourself with less complicated bets and get great money. We showed that at Gulfstream early in the day in the first 5 races with EquinEdge. It's not hard to do. You have to.
Oldie, you're alive. Sorry, Chris. Oldie, you're
Yes.
alive in the pick 5, right?
Correct. Yes.
And then
the
who
one I
are you
showed,
alive to? That's going to be fun to watch. Who are you alive to?
the 2, 7, 8, and 9.
2, 7, 8, and 9. The pick 3 was 26 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
And that's with a favorite in the last leg too. So
and again, that pick 6, Scotty, $8 winner, $4.40 winner, and then a 4 to 5 shot.
Yeah.
So I mean, you find those sequences there, and you got to remember, folks, that when we talk about the computers and everything else, where people are like, "Oh, the horse went from 18 to 1 to 5 to 1." That's in the win pool.
No, but here's what's blowing me away. This horse is not like the SOR was dropping, and this horse's form looks like hell.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got 2 straight layoff lines, and it's 36% to win, top pace, and this horse ran like it. I mean, it just beat a pretty strong group handily.
Well, Bluegrass Dan has seen what I actually do, and he's done it as well. So he knows, and Justin's seen a little bit too. But I basically take, I have what I call my active worksheet. I take the entire card, enter it in there, and the cards I'm doing notes on, and the things we were covering today. And I have all I have the positive angles, I have the bad angles, and then I have the matte angles, the in between angles, and it just alerts me, with text that pops up based on, okay, this matches, but the rest of this doesn't match, and things like that. Just simple Excel stuff that honestly, Copilot helped me write.
Yep, Copilot, love AI, all those kind of good
Well,
things.
you gotta love how Oldie is such a nerd in a good way. Like, I mean, it's so funny to see you doing this. You got your spreadsheets, you're doing this, and I'm like, oh man, there's Oldie. He's crazy. He's lost his mind. He's wasting all his time. And it's like all of a sudden, boom. Like what? 2 months ago, you hit like a $45,000 pick 5.
That was in Saratoga, $47,000. And the best part about that, I will tell you, is that I was on with him before we started that sequence, and I'm getting the BM ready, I'm getting this ready, and all that other stuff. And normally I would just say, Oldie, I'll take half and Venmo him the money, and I didn't do it. And he was like, they're going to take this last race off the turf. They're going to take it off the turf. And I told him, if they take it off the turf, dude, have a bunch of horses, because you're going to get everything. And it was the penultimate race where I don't remember what the horse was, but it was the bomber in the sequence. And then, like, when we told him, I think it was Howard and Oldie and I that were on the screen with him, we told him what the wheel pace were to each one. His face went flushed. I'm like, don't worry, dude. All you have to do is run the race, and no contest, and you're good.
Yeah, and I just kept thinking, that there's got to be a way this isn't going to end up happening. And then afterwards, we're still on the air, Scotty. So I'm thinking, okay, you might be excited and you want to celebrate, but you got to drive forward on the show, and you can celebrate afterwards. Yeah. So I probably didn't come off as excited as I should have either.
Yeah. Well, that was me. That was me in the Preakness with Seize the Gray. I mean, that was the most low energy winner I had of a Triple Crown race, where I singled that horse and it didn't go nuts. So.
Well, Oldie, you called your shot. I know you have a nickname already, but maybe it should be Babe.
No, thanks.
No, definitely not Babe. Definitely not.
Babe. What's wrong with Babe?
I don't drink enough to be Babe.
Okay, all right.
And there's only one Babe, so.
That's true. All right. Okay, guys, let's get back to the pick 6 because we don't have a lot of time.
You've got a lot of time.
Well, no, the pick 6 starts in about 40-something minutes, I think, right? about 50 minutes. So let's get back to that and do, isn't it right?
Off race 2.
So we had done a $240 play, but that's not covering a lot. And
A rare favorites, Scotty. Well, second choice. There were two to one shots in race 3, race 2, and the other 2 to 1 shot one.
you know, you're gonna have to pick your poison, right? There's gonna have to be a race. Like for me, singling the 4 horse here, and I'm thinking, guys, that maybe, which race was it? Possibly this 11 horse. There's something about this 2 horse I like, but maybe just covering the 2 and 11. Let's look at the 12 horse Rockabilly. This horse has been off a layoff and has some nice form and has done really well in the synthetic too. You know, I don't know that I would leave that horse out. And then, by the way, guys, I don't know if you remember, Oldy, I know you're going to remember. Chris, you'll remember too. But the one thing I do remember is the EquinEdge long shot. And now we have the new algorithm here. The EquinEdge long shot crushed at Turfway Park.
Yes.
You cannot leave the EquinEdge long shot anymore off of Turfway Park.
And I would call that horse, Scotty, the Rockabilly horse. That's the Billy Idol horse.
Yeah, no. So that there was a car dealer in Chicago, the Harry Schmerler, your singing Ford dealer, and he would sing "Rockabye Your Baby" for his commercial. So that, to me, I'd call that horse the singing Ford dealer.
Sure. Get it.
If Scott Free's out there, he'll know what I mean.
So look at in the 8th race, the 1 horse could have an easy lead, you guys. And we have seen over at Turfway Park where horses will go gate to wire as well. It's interesting to see where the 12 horse is. Now here comes the 8. The 2's coming from the inside. What do you guys think?
Tom O'Connor.
He
remembers.
Yeah.
So longer story. I have a coworker. He calls me up and just screams Bob Rohrman, who's a car dealer in Chicago, at me, and I call him. And when I get his voicemail, I sing that "Rockabye a Baby" singing Ford dealer song, and that's how we communicate.
Let's see here.
And I believe they're having a tote issue at Fairgrounds because they're still not.
It's not official?
Well, it says official, but it's off and there's no prices yet.
Wow. Sorry, guys. My mind is in in handicapping this Turfway Park. So feel free to talk about whatever you want. I'm just looking at that right now. I'm going to definitely put in a ticket. I'm trying to figure out now if I see something as I'm handicapping that I really like, I'll definitely share that with you guys, with everybody.
And Brad is right. Ollie should stick to giving out winners and not venture into singing. He's prevented from singing on Saturdays.
It Shirley hasn't prevented me.
Who's Shirley?
Don't call me Shirley.
I set you up, both of you up for that. There we go.
Yes, Justin, they did have power and tote issues last week. Perhaps a generator might be in order. Generac.
Or perhaps a backup internet connection.
Scotty, Patrick Littledew says race 8, the 8 looks to be a single to me at Turfway.
Race 8.
Race 8, the 8. Yeah, I was just 2 and 8 there.
Patrick's been with us he's one of the OGs as well, you guys.
Nice. We love OGs.
Yep.
Can't wait for the NHC in March.
So Luan Machado. Let's see here. Let's do this properly. All right, let's run this race. Let's run it. Oldie, you said that you like the 2 and the 8.
Yep.
And then Rodney says he can't single the 8 because the 2 is dangerous. The 12 on the outside is the EquinEdge long shot. And just that horse being in that position right now makes me nervous, right? I'm not leaving the 12 out for nothing.
Well, and that reminds me, and it's getting late in the show, so you're getting stuff. I don't know if you guys remember the Buckwheat Sings album from SNL with,
Yes.
because it's Betty Davis eyes.
Oh, you're really aging us, Oldie.
I'm doing the deep cuts right now.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Scotty's trying to nail this pick six, and you're going in the Wayback Machine.
Oh, I remember. Believe me.
The Betty Davis interview with Johnny Carson with Martin Short, when he impersonated her on the show, and she was not happy with that at all.
I know. I'm surprised because she's got such a sense of humor. But do you guys remember the Johnny Carson Dolly Parton interview?
Yes, the one where he had said he'd give his
he'd give a year's paycheck to peek underneath her blouse.
Yes.
That was so funny.
Scotty, if you want to ever have just a show where we do Johnny Carson trivia.
Yeah, no. You guys, you know what I was thinking on that note? I seriously, I've already started the plan. So I don't know if you guys know what my favorite movie of all time is, but it's Wedding Crashers. So I thought we would have
the meatloaf.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I thought we would do a show where we were just doing all that, kind of like you guys are always doing, and which were you guys always impersonating again? Airplane. So I thought, well, it might be kind of fun to do a Wedding Crashers type of theme show where, throughout this show, we're throwing these things out, but you rephrase them for horse racing terms.
I'm in.
How fun would that be?
I am 100% in. We're waiting for it. We want it now.
When I used to do the Thursday night class, I used to do Animal House because Delta Downs was running. And I'd always reference you and your sick Delta buddies.
Okay, here, let me read a few of them to you. No excuses, play like a champion. Grief is nature's most powerful aphrodisiac. Crab cakes and football, that's what Maryland does. But can you imagine if we took these things and turned them into horse racing quotes, how crazy fun that would be?
It would be. We will have to find a night for that. Maybe that's a Tuesday night thing or a Wednesday night thing where we go to the night tracks for that, because it feels like that could be fun.
And we could bring our sensitive side out and do how they say we only use 10% of our brains. I think we only use 10% of our hearts. we could do that. I mean, I'm not perfect, but
when he's sitting on the bench, when he's sitting on the bench in the rain, the movie's just too good.
Tomorrow's Gulfstream pick 5 carrier, thanks, Sylvain, is $250,000.
And that's a straight carryover, not a jackpot, I believe.
It's not? I thought, did they change that? Are they not doing jackpots anymore?
No, the pick 5 carried.
Pick 5.
Oh, it's pick 5. Oh, thank you. Wow. Okay.
Tony wants a Santa Anita late double.
Tony always wants to can we get straight to the handicapping?
Yeah, it's 217,000 is the pick 5.
There you go, Dan. Dan's got it. It's something like that. Exactly.
Well, and Scotty, we also do, when Patches O'Houlihan's running, we also do dodgeball references.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And I do.
You didn't bet on Patches last time out.
I was right. I bet with my head, not with my heart in that case.
Yeah. Well, we only use 10% of our hearts.
I also love Fletch references.
Fletch is great.
One of my other favorite movies of all time. One of the Super 70s guy, Ricky Cobb. If you don't follow him on Twitter, you're missing a lot. He had a picture of Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Chevy Chase, and he said, "Here's a picture of Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and John Cocktoast." And if you've seen Fletch, you know what that means, because that was his name with bone cancer's wife.
All right, we got Fairgrounds race number 11 coming up, and we've got Santa Anita race number 10, and then we'll get back to this. I think maybe the 10 horse has to be somewhat considered.
We are not off yet. We're still delayed at Fairgrounds.
Oh,
Just so-
Fairgrounds is going to be delayed, huh? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
that-
having tote issues. They haven't posted prices yet.
All right, let's get to Santa Anita.
they just, that they're not on board with us doing a show.
Oh,
Obviously.
the motorboat.
Scotty, did that race, Phil? We got to get to your horse for Saturday too.
What does he say too? You motorboating son of a bitch. You motorboating son of a bitch. Oh man, you can't even get me going on Wedding Crashers, you guys. I've watched that movie 150 times. Yeah, that tattoo on the lower back might as well be a bullseye. Yeah, it was so classic. Yeah, you can bring this stuff up to me all the time, you guys.
Well, good to know.
Yep. You didn't know that, huh?
I didn't know. That is a fun fact of Scotty McKeever that I now know.
Now you know.
That's when you break into Johnny Carson, though, and be like, I did not know that.
Guys, so an interesting fun fact here. You ready for this? And I know that you didn't like this 9 as much, but one, I think it's a 2-horse race. Okay, are we alive in anything right now? Aren't we alive to everything? The pick 4, 5, and the pick 5 and 6, right? We're alive.
Yep.
And we're alive to only the 7 and 9. Is that a fact?
In your pick 6, yes.
And pick 5. What about the pick 5?
The pick 5 I showed were alive to all my horses here, which was 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay.
I'm alive to only the 9.
Okay. So let me give you a fun fact here as well. 38% of winners at Santa Anita 7 furlongs in the dirt go wide or wire. And the 9, I believe, is going to get the lead. And I'd be surprised if the 9 doesn't have the lead. 1's fast, yes, and the 8's fast, but the 8 is 3-2 on the morning line, 39% to win. And if the 9 doesn't get the lead, guys, and they duel, or the 9's a part of the pace and the 1 and 8 are right there, then the 7's going to be sitting 3 lengths back. And like, guys, let's look at One Magic Philly real quickly. She is an absolute beast. She broke from the 2-hole and only lost by like 2 5/8 lengths, a little bit more than 2.5 lengths. And she's only had 5 lifetime races. That was an 86 group. Everything that's been asked of her. She broke 10th in her maiden race, going 6 furlongs, finished 2nd, then wins the next time out, then wins against an optional claiming by 7 lengths, then wins a grade 3, and then goes into Breeders' Cup. I mean, she is no joke, and she's training, from what I'm understanding, lights out. Her recent morning works have been exceptional, suggesting she's ready to pack up her tent, or talent, and maybe her tent, with another big performance today. I think it's those 2 horses personally. But Oldy, why don't you talk about some of the horses you like and why?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm not convinced that from the outside post that Hope Road gets the lead over her stablemate Kinza here. Kinza has one race, which was the maiden breaking race where the horse wasn't on the lead.
Okay.
And coming from an inside post with a higher pace number from the system too, I think that if Baffert allows it, I think Kinza could get the lead here because Hope Road can rate a little bit.
Well, I was just going to say,
can't.
look what she did in the Torrey Pines. She rated against better. She had, and listen, she draws that 9-hole. Maybe the best thing that could happen to her is that she sits there and races some, and she gets Hernandez aboard.
Well, and the one Splendora, who's another Baffert, is also fast, but you might trust Rosario to not get that horse out of the gate that quickly. Sandy Bottom's also fast. And, so.
You had talked about Sugarfish. I hated this. I hate this horse today, but you like this horse a bit. Why?
Why? Because, one of these things isn't like the other, as the old saying goes. So go to your pace number here. Close and sort by pace number. So much like when you have only pace here, when you have all pace and then one closer, Sugarfish is the thing that's not like the other here and is capable. I mean, this horse does have a grade 2 win.
They're putting blinkers. Like, since when with a horse that's been running pretty good, you want to see blinkers added? They're trying to stay closer to the pace, which usually when you do that, it's going to kill a horse's finishing drive. And since when can horses come from this far back? This horse is going to be 8 lengths back at the first call. Horses, that's just not the prototypical type of winner that you see at Santa Anita.
I agree. I think it's very likely that you know, Sugarfish is 6%, but at 7-1, do
Still
I
not
think
valuable.
maybe Sugarfish might get a better trip than One Magic Filly? Maybe.
Yeah.
Has Sugarfish, won a couple grade 2s, and One Magic Filly really only won a grade 3? Yes. So, and they're both coming out of the Breeders' Cup, so probably neither of them will run. But I just think that Sugarfish could get a better trip here.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Going to need a lot of pace, and there does seem to be a lot of pace. If you sort the pace number, you have an 84, 83, 75, 75, 73. I mean, there's a lot of speed, which is why you want to take a long shot to maybe, like the 6-horse Copian, to maybe get in the money.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? Because some of the, 2 or 3 of the speed horses are going to fall back because of their style. And I just don't think one of them is going to be the 9-horse Hope Road. I think the 9-horse is a super nice horse. 3-2 on the EE morning line as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I love that. I love that angle, Scotty. And Bob and JJ here are 36%. I like the 24% on the win line.
Yeah.
I think this horse has a big chance, which is why this is where I ended up landing in the single.
Chris, you missed the chance to say Bob and JJ are dynamite.
That's JJ from
Yeah.
Good
Times.
Good Times.
Jimmy Walker.
One of my good friends from Fresno, California, Ray Appleton, does a talk show out there, Scotty, that I think you would enjoy. Is good friends with JJ, and I've been at dinner with both of them, and it was a good time. So that's my connection to JJ.
Guys, one Magic Filly. I mean, this is a beautiful animal. Like,
one might even say
Magic. You're getting 5-2 right now, and we talked about the stat here: 38% of winners go gate to wire. And if the 9 clears, I'm convinced this 9's going gate to wire. But even that said, one Magic Filly on paper, like if I had to bet my lungs on one horse, or it was for my life, it would be the 7-horse. Yeah, good point, Flatter.
See, I'm surprised though that you guys. So everybody was so on Tamara, who scratched out of this race, but in the Breeders' Cup last year.
She had a fever. That's
Okay.
why she had scratch.
But was going to be like 10-1 in this race.
I mean, if you, whatever horse you like, you're getting good odds. But again, if Hope Road clears, if that does happen,
for the La Brea Stakes,
she's won the last 4 races, guys. She doesn't lose. I mean, she barely hung on in going 8 furlongs, but I think the cut back to 7 furlongs only helps her. It doesn't hurt her. And she was off of a layoff last time out and still beat a grade through group. I know this is a grade 1, but this is, I know it says 78 SOR, but I'm not buying it. Maybe that's because one Magic Filly's in the race. I can't wait to see this race. It's actually a really good race.
Yeah.
And looking forward to watching this. We'll know a lot in the beginning of the race. I'm curious to see what the positioning is of one Magic Filly, but let's see if the 9-horse Hope Road can clear.
And we're going to go straight to Fairgrounds after this. The issue is cleared up 4 minutes to post.
And they're off in the La Brea Stakes, presented by
And the 9 did not get the lead. The 8 did.
Sandy Bottom rockets
8,
out
or
of the
Oldy,
gate.
I think you called that.
A couple lengths in the first few
Well, it was
jumps.
one of the ones I thought.
Here's Kinza. Splendor.
I'm shocked to see where the 9 is right now. Was that a plan, you think?
Is in the mix, as is Copian.
Possibly, if they
Behind
think
them,
that there's
Hope
so
Road
much
gets a good
pace here.
spot. 4 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to Accuracy, and Sugarfish is.
Look how far back right now, guys.
It's
Sugarfish
Sandy Bottom
is.
taking them to the half-mile pole.
Like like
quarters of a
easily
length.
10,
Copian moves
12
into
look
second.
lengths back.
Then Kinza third, followed at the rail by Splendora and one Magic Philly 3 deep, 3 lengths off the lead, accelerating on the outside and taking the third spot as they round the far turn. Hope Road is next, past the 3/8 pole with 5 to make up. She's also starting to advance.
Can
as
Hope
they get
Road be
toward the
that far
top of the
back
stretch.
and win? I
Accuracy
don't
is
know.
next, and
Maybe
Sugarfish
she
has
seems to
trailed
have
She's
horse.
running really good. I
Copian
tell you
takes the
what,
lead
what
away from
disappointing. One
Sandy
Magic
Bottom,
Philly's not
opens
running.
up to Hope
And
Road
look
on
at
the
Hope
outside.
Road.
Now gets a reminder to come after that. Copian, who has a 3-length lead.
Come on, Copian, hold
in
on.
charge inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Hope
Come
Road
on.
in second.
Massive if
Followed
this
by
horse holds
Splendora,
on.
who's picking up some pieces late. But Copian has come back
Wow.
in fine style.
Wow.
And Copian has won the La Brea Stakes handily by 3
Yeah, but I'm
lengths.
singled at
Splendora
the
flies
end,
second,
Scotty.
and Sugarfish rocketed home.
Singled at the end.
That
Way
was
to go, Oldy.
that was so unexpected. Wow. I mean, wow.
And this was a case where I ignored one of my notes too, because my note on the 6, let me read this to you guys. Gate to wire hand ride, joke of a stakes race where second place horse was running in 46 SOR claimers. That was the note I had when it won its grade 3 race.
That's a
insane.
that's a huge
Copian was
exactly there.
first. One
Good
Splendora
call.
I can't-
second, and it's a
What a
photo
note.
for
I
third.
can't explain it.
That is a nuts exacta there, though.
Wow.
35
Who
to
got,
1
the
over-
one got second. The EquinEdge long shot. 25 to 1. Wow.
You know, Scotty, it's funny you mentioned that because I don't know, probably a couple years ago, I did a thing where if you liked the Scotty long shot and you did a exacta key box with that one over the whole field,
Yeah.
you could get results like this. It would be nuts, right? And you only need to hit a few of those because this is, I mean, I'll go look here at the probables. This exacta 6 over 1 is paying $5.38 for $1. Right? You only need to hit one of those per day to make your day. All right.
Yeah, look at it, guys. This horse was 2 to 1 and 27% to win the Santa Anita Oaks, and something happened. You know, maybe it didn't like the 2 turns. Clearly, this horse, and I missed this, by the way, too. That's too bad too. It just goes to show you sometimes you have to slow down and look. It's too easy to throw a horse out that lost by 16 lengths, but what an amazing job by Richard Mandela off of this layoff to win the La Brea Stakes with this long shot, who clearly is better than what the odds suggest, really.
Yeah.
Wow.
Awesome.
I mean, that's the first time that horse, I think, has won not on the lead.
No, she's rated. She rated in her maiden breaker, or he did. Or she did, the filly. Yeah, I mean, these are fillies. What am I talking about? But yeah, I mean, wow, just amazing. Look, it was 32% in the Las Virgenes going 8 furlongs. Guys, she might end up being a lot better than we realized. Right? She might be a good one sprinting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look what she did in her first few races. I mean, she just trounced those horses. Man, that last race threw me off. You got to look at things very carefully. You make one mistake and it costs you.
Yep.
And like I had the one Splendora, but I missed this one.
I didn't play the pick 6, but I had one that would be alive to the 8 that I made, but didn't enter.
So who do you have in the final race?
Just the 8.
I love the 8. Do we know what it's paying yet?
Yeah.
It's up yet.
We are going to the gate at Fairgrounds. Oldie, what do you need at Fairgrounds?
The 8 horse, and what
is it really only paying $400.25 there?
Could it really be?
I have 2, 7, 8, 9 at Fairgrounds.
Over at Fairgrounds.
2, 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, it only pays $400.
$400?
Yes.
That's super strange.
Well, you're at all favorites except for that 6. big favorites, and then you're getting another big favorite.
How about this pick 5 at Fairgrounds? Is it paying anything?
It's paying better than that. The 2 pays 1,000. Let's see. Hold on, I had it up here.
Dave's alive as well. To the 4 and the 8 for $5. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So between the Fairgrounds is paying between, I'm alive between $7.94 and $11.60.
Okay.
It's a profit
Yep.
if any of those win, and a good day. So
It's amazing handicapping and the way you put your tickets together, Oldie. All right, there's they're kind of walking around the gate. Surprisingly, they're already, they're so late because of whatever issues they were having with the tote, but maybe that's why.
that's the pick 6, Connor.
Here we go.
What's that, Oldie?
I said that's the pick 6 that he's seen 8K or 9K on.
Okay, so let's run this race real quickly. Oldie, the one horse who you don't have, 8-1 EE morning line and 16%. I know your type of play is you definitely probably like the 2 horse Serafia, but the 1 horse?
At 18-1, I can cover a decent win bet
Reached the 30 meter. It is now posted.
there to ensure that I make some profit if the 1 wins.
Black Dog.
Thank you, Justin.
Big GSR on and lightly raced horse in the 2 horse. I like the EquinEdge long shot. I like Serafia, the 2.
Serafia.
I don't love the 7 horse. It's burned money twice as the favorite. I don't like Black Dog personally. I would go with a horse like the 2, and I can see Chapel Street. For me, it's the 2 and the 8.
Who else like?
Well, I'd like to get the 9. 9's getting bet. That's my best will pick.
Jared Lowery with Pino Bella. Time here at the Fairgrounds, 12:45.
For Albert in his stall.
Last off, Boxing Day. Got fast track. They're in the game.
Really good break for the 2 horse, 4 horse broke in the air.
Who else like? Go sharply. You're inside. Serafia. Black Dog is going for an early.
But the 6 is taking the lead, but the 7, 8, and 9 are flying on the outside. 9 having to go really wide, Oldie.
Yeah.
8's part of that pace duel as well. Don't love that. But the 2 horse is really setting a nice trip on the inside, Oldie. And really a lot closer to the pace than what we thought
Racing only 3 from the front. They're well grouped.
that she might be.
Yeah.
That's a rock with spun up toward the red. Pino Bella has dropped back to last. 24.63 lead seconds, making the run toward the half-mile pole. And down in front is Black Dog. So at Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Black Dog is in front of Chapel Street, who's close up with the white linkers. Something stronger is 3 deep uncovered, running third, goes to light in 4. Then comes Massermont with Serafia, spun up, and Pino Bella remains last.
2's not liking the going. It was in between horses. Now 2's just falling back. Jockey not even.
The 2's
Jockey's on the
toast.
brakes right now. Super strange.
Right there.
I mean, you can see it right now. He's actually putting on the brakes for the 2. I wonder what that's all about.
Something stronger is coming with a bid as they come toward the top of the stretch.
Right now, it's 3 horses on the lead that are lined up at the top of the stretch.
Come on, 9.
8 and 9. Come on, 9.
Street between horses. Black Dog tried to kick on.
Here comes the 6 horse at a price on the outside of 9. It looks like a 2 horse race.
No, it's the 4.
That's the 6.
No, it's the 6. So I did not have
Get
it.
right.
Who's tipping charge past the 16th and pulls clear from something stronger. Black Dog impressive. Noel's Delight runs out by 5 on the way from something stronger. Black Dog was third.
Well, Oldie, the 6 giveth and the 6 taketh.
Yeah, it was a McKeek too.
Well, I mean, how can you be prepared for, the first time starter at 3% win? That's a tough one.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. The
There
works
were
are
a couple
they're bad.
decent looking works here.
Yeah,
As I
no, the
just
works
looked-
are nice. It's tough because you see 3%, and that can definitely throw you off.
Yeah.
But you just have to remember that with these first-time starters, like look at the works. Like Sarkis, my horse, is going to be running at Tampa Bay Downs on Sunday, and and I thought that it would be like the numbers would be off the chain, but they're okay. And I know he's better than what the numbers are reflecting. So sometimes the system catches the first-time starters, and sometimes it doesn't. But when I actually look at this 6 horse, he's 17 on 139, 19 on 101, 2 of 60, 48 flat. I mean, this horse is training nicely.
Yep.
So just something to watch for the future. All right,
guys,
the Pick 6 is going to start here. Okay, so at Tampa, I want to get this in, and then we've got Santa Anita going off at about the same time.
Yeah.
Santa Anita has many more minutes. 17 minutes to Santa Anita.
Sarkis, the 7 horse.
First race on Sunday, Sarkis, Tony, over at Tampa.
We are 21 minutes away from the Pick 6 at Turfway.
21 minutes to Wapner.
And 17 minutes to Santa Anita. You want to talk to us? You want to go to Tampa and take a look at your horse, Scotty?
Right now, no. Like I said, right now I want to get ready for the Pick 6 guys.
Okay.
Oldy, is there anything you can look at? Like maybe let's look at this race here, race number 7.
Race 7. Hold on. Turfway. Let me get my Turfway play that I'm not playing back up here. All right, so race 7, I was 1, 6, 8, 9, 11.
1, 6, 8, 9, 11.
But if you're trying to actually hit the
Race
jackpot,
7, I mean. Was that race 6? Did you say race 6 or race 7?
race 7. If you're trying to actually hit the jackpot, you'd single the 11 there. Don't you think, Chris? Or the 9?
Man, Turfway is just so foreign to me, but
I'm saying from a ticket structure standpoint of trying to hit a jackpot.
I think you have to use them both if you're going to try and hit a jackpot, but I only know one person's hit a jackpot before, and we know how that goes.
So the 13-1, the last race there.
Oh, do you know if this jackpot has the same takeout structure as Churchill?
I am not certain, no.
All right, let me look that up.
I mean, from an SOR standpoint, the 5 might be an interesting ad, though it is moving away from Maker.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
But it feels like a horse that could win at.
It does, doesn't it? It's got a good SOR. I mean, this race is just so freaking wide open.
And I think the 4 is going to. The 4 or the 1, right?
I have to find a better spot to single a horse because this race I just don't know. The only horse I would throw out is I want to make sure that I cover the SORs. These are the long shots that beat you. It's always some top SOR. When you look at this horse here, Oldie, what do you see with as far as a horse maybe upsetting? It's never been on the synthetic before. It's stretching out to 8 furlongs. It's been 8 furlongs before, but this is the kind of horse that will blow up the board. You got 113 pounds. There's nothing really that's that bad about this horse in a wide open race. And it's got a good SOR. I mean, nothing really looks all that great in here, right? The 8 horse, but the 8 horse could be a single, but this is going to be, it's also a horse that just broke its maiden that's facing winners for the first time. These horses just don't win often.
I mean, like I said, I thought this race was just the 2 and the 8. I mean, the 4 for Cox, maybe you add there, has a win, broke its maiden here on the synthetic at Turfway.
Yeah, I think that's a
going
good
8.5.
call. Look what it did against winners here, and then something happened here against better horses, and hence the layoff. And let's see how the horse is training. 13 of 110, 9 of 29. I mean, this horse, okay. I'm just going to take a chance on this horse. I'm going to single this. I'm going to single the 4. I'll take a chance there. I actually think that's not a bad single. The other 2 and the 8 are kind of predictable, whereas the 4 is not. So, and I'm obviously not going to play a $4,224 ticket. So let's single that horse. Yeah, and I had the 4 here as a single, so that's going to be my ticket right there.
All right, I believe the best info, and like they make it so difficult to find out what the takeout is, right? You have to. It's not obvious, which it should be obvious, but it's a 15% base with the 10% carryover, so it's very just like Churchill. Best information I can find quickly, which means it's a total of 25% on the takeout, which is very similar to what Santa Anita does on their $2 pick 6.
What about this 10 horse in race 6?
We got 12 minutes to Santa Anita and 18 minutes to Turfway Park.
Huh. Scotty, what about your race 6? Look at the 10 horse.
Let's see here. Race 4, 5, 6, the 10 horse, where I'm singling the 4. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Let's run the race simulator. Okay, so Andrew McKeever takes over, Christophe Clement. Andrew just does not get enough good horses, but Andrew is a very good trainer.
This horse is going down in SOR, almost beat a 52 on the turf. This is another one that feels like a horse that's going to run well.
It's a hard read. This is a big drop. Look against a similar field here on the turf, but it's not a big drop on the synthetic, Oldie, which is interesting. And it didn't run bad in the last couple of races, and it's definitely the type of horse that could surprise. It's an interesting. I'm gonna add it, Oldie, because at this point it's just become a hunch at this point, right? So you know what I mean? Like now it's a hunch, and I leave that out, and that thing wins. One of us is going down. Probably me. All right, and then I'm going with the 4 horse, Befriended, and then 2, 5, 11, 12. Just look at the last race and tell me if there's anything in there that I should be looking at.
I'm 2, 5, 7, 11, 12 there.
2, 5, 7, 2, 5, 7, 11, 12. So I got to add the 7. Okay.
With
let's do that.
Paul and his McAtee there.
Okay, let's make sure we're not missing anything in this last race. Okay, let's go to this stretch here. 2, 5, the 12 horse is right here. Oh, I'm using the 12 already. 2, 5, 7, let me make sure I have that. Yeah, I do. And then you go to the finish. What about this 9 horse here? It's 11%, right? It's interesting.
Yeah.
Right? I'll add the 9. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. It's a pretty big ticket for 2 singles, honestly, but I think there's a lot of upside, and why not? All right. Let's get to Santa Anita. Looks like we can get to Santa Anita, and then we can watch the first leg of the Turfway Park, and then we'll call it.
Sounds good.
All right. Oldy, go for it. I know you need the 8. I love the 8. I think she's a single. She's I mean, she crushed over the QE2. I watched the past performances. A lot of the times I don't really respect a lot of the winners that come up from our friends up north, but I think she's the real deal.
No, I agree. I mean, I was not on her that day. I was trying to beat her that day at Keeneland. We were there. That was the weekend we were there. Barely lost in the Lake Placid and the Belmont Oaks as well. So, that's a grade 1 that it almost won as well. I just don't feel like, that there's another horse with that type of resume here.
Yeah.
The 3, the long shot is a possibility. The 4, I don't like horses coming in next race out of Kentucky Downs. That's usually poor form, even though Dutro's been killing it. If you want a 1%er to surprise here, maybe it's the 7 Vibes, for which puts JJ and Erden together, and they're almost 33% together, or they are 33% together.
His graded stakes races thing is not good.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying if you wanted a long shot to surprise.
Dan likes the 7 Vibes. All right. I wish I could give it to you, Dan. If there's anybody deserves love, it's you. I can't do it. I just can't use. I mean, there was for a 62.5 maiden claimer. I mean, that's pretty nice beating an open claiming group over at Del Mar. Those can come up strong, but that one really didn't. But this is just a different ball game in here. Like you're talking about, She Feels Pretty, who's beat a grade 1 group by 6 lengths. And then at Belmont at Aqueduct only lost by 3/4 of a length. I mean,
yeah,
there's nothing in here like that. She wins a non-graded stakes race by 5 3/4 lengths because she can. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think the 10 wants turf, but if the 10 takes to the turf, I think that horse on the front end could be dangerous.
Yeah.
That the where am I going to get beat answer would be the 10 there.
So here's a horse that's losing ground in the last 2 races, but those were against pretty good horses. This one wasn't, but the horse went on the shelf. Flavian Pratt jumps aboard for Mark Glatt. Mark Glatt takes over for is that Grant Foster? Yeah, Grant Foster. And Mark Glatt is 23% off the layoff and 26% first time with horses. So this horse was running in some big races. The very first race this horse ever ran in was the Del Mar Debutante. Didn't run good, but then goes in the Chandelier Stakes over at Santa Anita and goes gate to wire going 8.5 furlongs. I mean, clearly this horse has talent, but a lot of times these horses show, physical talent early on. They mature faster than other horses, and then they're ready early, but then they peter out late. I don't know. I'm personally not a fan. I think she might show some speed early before stopping. She Feels Pretty is very likely to win this race.
Yeah.
And you're only hoping if you get her and you're going to bet on her that maybe you get even money. But what about the EquinEdge long shot Maduro again, Oldie?
I mean, I think that horse is possible here. I don't think it's impossible. Where was that horse? It's middle of the pace. I do think it's interesting that Erden puts Frazier up and puts the JJ on the 7 here.
Yeah.
let's see, Frazier's the regular rider. That's why. But this horse does have a grade 3 and did almost win the Del Mar Oaks. So, I mean, this horse has a look, but it looks like, you know, it might just be a little bit of a cut below.
Yeah. This is not, look at guys, this is a grade 1 race, the American Oaks. I doubt that there's ever been a weaker grade 1 race. I mean, it's a 72 on the SOR for a grade 1 race.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I mean,
pretty
this is
low.
not, think like, where are the strong horses here? I mean, this one here, Kathy Marissa, and you touched on this horse. I mean, I ran really well, you know, Kentucky Downs, but that wasn't a strong field either. And, you know, I don't know. At Saratoga, this horse was right there, but lost ground, but there was only 4 other horses. I think this is a player. I think she's a player. Like, can Duttrell have her ready off the layoff and come straight to a race like this? I don't see why not. But you're talking about the 8 horse who's in top form, whose races have been spread perfectly. This horse, like Sherry DeVoe, is just showing how you should prepare a horse to you know, and space races out. I mean, it's really been a master class, honestly.
This horse has 2 grade 1s already.
Yeah, I mean, and Velasquez has been aboard for the last, what, 3 or 4 races? Oh, no, listen, no. So
yeah, he's the regular rider.
6 of the 7. Wow, he's loving this horse. 4 wins and 7 tries with a 2nd and 2/3. So in all 7 races, she's been in the money. Let's see what my note is.
Victories underscoring how successful part.
Run over a mile and a quarter. The turf at Santa Anita American Oaks often rewards a blend of stamina and tactical speed. Yeah, so what I was saying there basically is she's tactical. You need to be on this going 10 furlongs. Like, you need to be somewhat close. You can't come from too far back. Yeah. And she's training tremendously. You can see she's got a workout report here from Dan that she's ready to fire. And yeah, she's a major player. Like, if I could get 6 to 5 or 7 to 5 on her, like, would be amazing.
I don't know about that. I think
it's not going to happen. The unfortunate part here is, and this is what, you know, I don't think she's a horse you can bet to win, because she's probably not going to go off at 4 to 5 because the big money hasn't even come in yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you
5,
you look at the multis where nobody else is even close to that low of a will pay. It's still pulling up.
So the Pick 6 here is paying $9,000.
What's the Pick 5 paying?
$400.
Yeah, $400.
With a 60 some odd dollar horse in there.
What did you, Rodney? What did you request? You on the Facebook group?
Yeah, no, the probably the WhatsApp chat. Let me go over there, Rodney. I'll get you in. Yep.
Don't forget, guys, the QR code up here. If you want to join EquinEdge for free, just take that QR code and it's easy to sign up. It'll take you directly to the sign up page.
All right, Rodney and Deb Martin, I just admitted you both to the WhatsApp chat.
We got to get Deb Martin. Maybe I should just give her a bankroll every month, and right? Maybe that's what I need to do. It's actually not a bad idea.
All right, they're both in.
All right, let's get out there, Chris.
All right. There we go.
Let's go. Okay. Turfway Park, the first leg of the Pick 6 is coming up here shortly as well.
5 minutes to post.
5 minutes. And there's a look at the race. Right now, your favorite is 3 to 1. And that's just an absolute grab bag. The 4 horse is 4 to 1. You can just see on the win percentages, guys.
And you can see the carryovers there, Scotty. Well, they just dropped them, but.
How about the EquinEdge long shot, you guys? Remember, we've been talking about this. The EquinEdge long shot, jockey trainer combination, 38%, This horse is 8-1 right now, 6-1 on the EE morning line. A horse to watch, top win, top SOR, EE long shot, and that's the new algorithm's long shot.
Yep.
Crazy. What's up, Grandma's Horse Racing? Absolutely. It's good to see you.
Grandma in the house.
Ben, yeah, one of the OGs as well.
Yep.
There you go, Scotty. The 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 all cause a carryover in the pick 6.
Okay. So this 12 horse is super interesting in the first leg over at Turfway Park. I'm looking at it, and
Scotty, when you buy a horse, though, your next horse, you should name it Super Interesting.
Yes.
Super Interesting. That's the name of the horse?
Yes. Scotty, did that race fill tonight?
For the American Oaks.
Nope. Going to be in Tampa on Sunday.
Watchtower
I'll
in
see you there.
colors.
I'll see you there.
Yes, sir.
Strutting coming up. Chatalis. Last few to go in.
Dan, you're the epitome of good karma.
Vibes coming up.
I had an hour-and-a-half conversation with Dan.
Mizion.
Super good guy.
Valence in the blue.
All right, come on. Let's get this 8 horse home.
Ashby to the outside.
So they're starting at the top of the hill.
Right behind the gate is Rashmi.
And they go around twice.
Going in. We're in the
Currently 3-5. Let's see. No,
you
Valence
knew.
won an
In the
update.
American
I said.
Oaks.
She broke a little bit slow,
Chatalis is out
guys.
alertly. So is
No, she's
Valence
fine.
on the outside, flashing some early foot and strutting with the white cap.
Oh,
Is
she almost
also
Wow,
tripped
she
on
did
there.
not
too,
handle the
as
going
they
on the
cross
dirt.
the
She's
dirt. A
getting
little bit of crowd in
squeezed
there.
right
Vibes
now.
took an awkward
Oh,
jump
that's horrible.
and is racing only 2 lengths off the lead. So it's Chatalis just in front.
Wow. She's going to have to
Vibes
check
is
back
racing
right
a
now
joint
again.
second. Mizion in the
That
yellow
is not a
colors.
good start.
And Valence is just outside of them. That leaves
This
strutting
will
at the
definitely
rail
test the
in
horse's
the 5th
will.
spot. Only 2 or so off the lead. She Feels Pretty is racing 1 from the fence and pulling her way forward. It's another 2 lengths back to Baltic Fire, who races just on the outside of Watchtower, moving into the clubhouse turn. Then it's Medoro. Kathy and Marissa is unhurried, second to last at this stage, about a dozen lengths or so off the leaders. And
Well, I know
Rashmi
right now,
trails.
Dan's like,
They
stop
make
the
their
race,
way
stop the
onto
race.
backstretch.
Well,
Vibes
I'm not too
just in
happy
front,
that the 8's
pressed
this
by
close to
Valence.
this
Valence now takes the lead.
insane pace
She
that's going
Feels
on right
Pretty
now.
tracks the top pair in a good spot third, just 2.5 off the lead. Chatalis is back to 4th. Mizion is next,
I
followed by
just
strutting toward the half
Can't
mile.
love the trip she's been
Baltic
getting.
Fire on the outside.
choking the
Kathy
hell
and
out of the
Marissa
horse,
is making an early bid in the
I mean,
yellow
he's
colors,
loaded with
passing
horse
horses
still.
1 by 1. There goes Kathy and Marissa, a bold move all
Yeah, but
the
when
way
they
up to
choke him
take
like that,
third
this
as
is
they
what
move into
happens.
the far turn. At the back of the field, Watchtower,
What a
Medoro,
smart
stride
move
for
by the
stride,
jockey on the
and
floor.
Rashmi has trailed throughout.
Sorry.
Around the turn, and it's Vibes
Velasquez
just
just
in
getting
front.
outridden.
Valence still right up
It's
alongside
not gonna.
Kathy and
I'm a little
Marissa.
ahead of you on
And
my
now
screen.
there goes She
It ain't gonna matter.
Feels Pretty with an
Wow, what a
electrifying
monster.
move at
Look
the
at that
top
move
of
at
the
the top of
stretch,
the stretch.
taking command and cruising to the 8th pole. Kathy and Marissa 3 lengths back in second. Medoro's in third. In the final furlong, She Feels Pretty is
I mean,
absolutely
all
gorgeous
of the
as
trip
she
trouble in the world,
dominates
and it
and
didn't matter. The
outclasses
horse was
them
just so
in
much
the
better.
American Oaks. Kathy
Yeah,
and
nice hit,
Marissa
Oldy.
was second.
There you go.
Medoro finished
No.
third.
That's
And
20.
And
Rashmi from
had I
last
played my pick
into
6
fourth.
ticket, which was $240 with 3 singles, it would have hit for 9,000 as well.
You should have played the pick 6.
I know, but that's the way it bounces. I'll take. We swept Santa Anita. I hit the early pick 5. We hit the mid pick 4 and the late pick 5. So I'll take that on a day like today.
Guys, that was ridiculously impressive with the trip that she had. Like,
Yep.
that was crazy. Like,
Well, she was just so much better, right? I mean,
yeah, but I mean, that was super impressive. I know this wasn't the strongest American Oaks field, but that was not a good early start to that trip. Wow, that's impressive.
all right, we're going to the gate at Turfway.
Turfway. All right.
All right.
So Scotty, in race 1, I came up with. I don't even have it on my screen anymore, do I? Yeah, I do. just 4-8-12 in the first leg.
4-8-12. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't end up putting it in, but
Scotty, are you coming in Saturday night or Sunday morning?
Most likely Saturday.
Okay. I'll see you around noon.
Okay.
eight caught an absolute flyer too.
What's up, Joe? It's good to have you. Oh, wait, we're good. We're happy to have you, Joe. Listen, join one of the coaching classes. Go to EquinEdge.com, and there's 4 coaching classes per week. And the best one's on Thursdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time.
No, the best one's on Friday. There it is.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah. Friday night, 7 p.m. Click there, sign up. We'll see you there.
Yeah, there's a competition to see who can get the most people in the class, obviously.
Well,
But, no,
maybe
it's
at
great
some
to have you.
point we should start doing those through StreamYard so there's not a cap on the number of people too.
I know.
Because it has that webinar function.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah. 49. It's not bad though on the second half.
Iron Sides is gearing up 40, becomes with his run. Double needs a little even pace. Harvard's advancing along the inside. Double need now tries to quicken the far.
Here comes the 2-horse, guys.
Well, that's the favorite.
Oh, I don't want that.
Fighting on Mr. McGregor. Here comes
Oh.
racetrack. Harvard to the punch, getting it to the wire inside.
Favorite's got it.
To the far outside.
Yeah, the 2 favorites. So I'm glad I didn't play that ticket then.
No. That's
The 3 was the favorite, Scotty, not the 2.
Yeah, I mean, either way. I mean,
You want to show your ticket just so folks can follow along?
Let's see here. See if we can find this.
Do you want to regenerate or do you want to wait?
Yep. That's it right there.
No, that it's not it. You played 740, didn't you?
Nope. I added the 10-horse and then I added some horses in the last leg. So that was it. That was my ticket. It's not like getting the favorite to win there, but you never know. We'll see what happens.
Right.
Yeah.
You never know. So guys, that was really a lot of fun today. Great handicapping, Oldie, as usual. And thank you everybody for joining. And you guys, what do you guys got going on for this weekend?
We are on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern time with the stretch run on Saturday. We got a bunch of great races to go through, and it should be a good time. Coaching class tomorrow night. I'll drop the link one more time here. The last couple of weeks we've done handicapping. Tomorrow night is going to be all about the betting. And Scotty, you know, like I know, like Oldie knows, the betting is the most important part of all this stuff.
Absolutely. It is. I have the road to the NHC tomorrow morning at 11:20 with 2022 champ David Harrison. So hopefully you guys can join. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Sylvain.
Oh, and I'm going to drop that into the road to the NHC link into the chat here for everybody.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Oldie. And big shout out, Brad. Thank you so much for rushing and getting that stuff done. It made it a lot easier, especially not having to click on that tab. And then also Brad really stepped up and he didn't have to. I told him, look, just give only 8 past performances. And he's like, no, he said, oh, let me put a toggle in there. So you can click here or here. And you can look at past more of them if you want to go deeper into a horse's past performances. So pretty neat. I'll leave you with this too. I mean, as you guys know, there's some really big updates. We've got about 35 new tools, and the platform is going to be easier to use and understand than what it is now. So, and I hope so, Dan. Sunday, the first race, I've got Sarkis running. Sarkis, by the way, is it's named after my mother's dad, my grandfather, Sarkis, who I'm half Armenian, and he was born in Tehran. And when you left Iran back in that day, they took all your possessions. And so when they left, they lost everything to try to save my grandfather's life to come to America and get the best doctors. And unfortunately, he passed anyways. And he was, from what they tell me, he was a really special guy, calm demeanor, relaxed. And so we named him after my grandfather. So anyways, hopefully he'll do well. It was great to see Deb. It was great to see you as well. And it was really neat today, guys. It was really neat to see a lot of the OGs in the chat today, and everyone was really active in there. And that made this a lot of fun for all of us, I know.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Scotty, great story about your grandfather. That's awesome. I will add that with Brad, it never hurts to add a toggle button, man. Toggle buttons work great. As a former guy that ran a dev group for 10 years, toggle buttons are awesome.
Well, they're not bad. They're better than tabs for me, but there's some, for me, very rarely will I want to go past 8 past performances, but that's just me. But some people want to go back in stakes races to see, hey, what did this horse do in past stakes races, and were they in this race before? And so I can understand why people would want to see more past performances, but for the most part, I don't think it's needed. So it'll default to just the last day races.
Sounds good.
All right, you guys. Again, thank you so much, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow on the road to the NHC. And good night.
And good luck with your Turfway ticket.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We're all counting on you.
Okay.